call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Present.
Alderwoman Howard,
Present.
Alderwoman Hubbard,
Present.
Alderman Muhammad, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Here.
Chairman Vaccaro.
Present.
5 present, you have quorum.
Okay, so we're gonna let's see here. We're gonna need to get approval of the minutes from the Tuesday, December 8th meeting.
So moved.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Chairman Vaccaro.
Aye. So
5 aye votes.
we were gonna start with 200 because of all the speakers, but because Dr. Eccles, who wants to speak on Board Bill 190, and said that it would be a very short bill, and it should be. We're going to start with 190. So Alderwoman Cara Spencer, you want to give us the quick overview on 190?
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I want to thank everybody for being accommodating of hearing this bill on the front end. This bill, Board Bill 190, is directing the city of St. Louis to enter into an agreement wherein we will be the recipient of $2.5 million grant to address lead poisoning and be able to do some housing improvements in about 200 housing units in the city of St. Louis. As we know, we have made great strides in addressing lead poisoning in our city's children, but we still have an enormous amount of work to do. We have enormous inequities in the exposure to lead in our city's children. This continues to be a major issue. So this grant is very, very important. I'm not sure if Dr. Eccles will be speaking, but he certainly is tuning in to make sure that if there are questions for him, he's available, because this grant is so important to make sure that we get done and get through the Board of Aldermen before the end of session. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Matt Moak to give a very, very brief presentation on the bill and the grant.
Thank you, Alderwoman, and distinguished committee for having us this afternoon. Most of you are familiar with the lead remediations of the city over the past 20 years or so. And I'd like to just touch a little bit on some of the numbers that we, since 1997, we have obtained 12 lead grants in the total amount of $37,100,000. With those amounts, in conjunction, CDA administers this grant on behalf of HUD, but in conjunction with the Department of Health and also the Building Division, who conducts the inspections of the lead paint homes and other activities, we have abated lead paint in over 5,300 units across the city of St. Louis. Since 2010, the percentage of children who are testing positive for poisoning has fallen from 10% of the children tested to a little over 4%. Obviously, I don't have to tell any member of this committee that 4% is 4% too high. But as Alderwoman Spencer alluded to, we have made great progress as a city since the late 90s when we began with this effort. Every 3 years, CDA applies for this grant from HUD, and we've received it every 3 years since 1997. Most recent grant was received, I want to say November or early December of last year, in the amount of $2.52 million. We come to the committee hoping that this will pass out of committee to go to the full board to appropriate the money so we can keep going and continue our efforts to administer this money in the city and abate lead poisoning for all of our citizens. Bill Rata of my office is present with me today and is quite the expert on this program since has been involved in it since its inception 20 years ago, plus years ago. And he would like to go over it a little bit, won't be too long with you, but I think you will find it informative.
That's fine. Bill, if you want to go ahead and give us a quick overview because we have a really long meeting ahead of us.
Thank you.
This is the least controversial thing we're doing, so.
Okay, I'll be brief. So the grant period is for 3.5 years. As Matt said, it is a competitive grant that we apply for with HUD, with other cities and states across the country. The building division, the health department, and CDA are the prime administrators of the program. The building division will be responsible for conducting lead inspections and risk assessments to identify the hazards. They will produce a scope of work. They'll monitor the remediation projects and do the clearance testing as well. And they also provide temporary relocation for folks who have to temporarily move out of their households while the work is being done. The health department is an important partner. They provide education and outreach. They screen children to test them for lead poisoning. And they also provide referrals and they help us recruit and enroll people into the program. CDA, as Matt said, we are responsible for the overall grant administration and oversight. And we do all the reporting for HUD. We also process the applications from the tenants and the property owners to make sure they meet all the qualifications to receive the HUD grant funding. And we do the grant closings and process the contractor payments. So that's just kind of a real quick rundown of it, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Let me just go down the committee. Vice Chairman Boyd, any questions?
Yes, I do. I think it's worth noting, and I was wondering, and hope I didn't miss it, how the program actually works. How do we know, who needs the services, what the process is like as far as getting to the system and doing the inspections and actually doing the remediation?
Sure. So a lot of the clients come to us because they've been tested, screened for lead poisoning, either by the health department or by their physician.
Okay.
And at that point, a referral is made to the building division to do the inspection. They find a lead hazard there, then CDA sends the client an application for the process. So that's how most of them come into the system.
Okay, so the applicant applies to CDA and you guys receive it, and then what happens after that?
So once they're qualified and approved, then the building division writes a scope of work based on the lead hazards and that were identified. And they have a unit pricing system. So they quickly assign the scope of work to a lead remediation contractor. Once the scope is assigned, the homeowner comes in and signs the paperwork, and then work can start shortly thereafter.
Now, do we support landlords or just property owners?
It allows for the tenants and also property owners, owner occupants.
And if you don't mind, Mr. Vice Chair, I'll speak to, I often encourage folks in the 20th ward to be proactive. If you, without even having a positive test, if you just have a child in your home for which you have concerns, to get a free lead test, the city will send out an inspector to inspect your home for free. While that can be scary for both a homeowner and a tenant who may fear retribution, it is pretty easy process. And even if you don't have any lead positive children, if you just have children that live in your home, the city will come out and do that inspection at no cost for you. And, then if there is found to be lead in the home, the city not only we'll do those remediation efforts, but we'll also put you up in a hotel for a day or two if you need to get your family unit outside that home so you can be safe, and the children involved can be safe during the process, so if there is any disruption of the lead, that is the children are protected from that.
Awesome. One potentially last question, Bill, is the landlord, how willing are the landlords?
A lot of them are willing, and I should also point out that the income levels are based on the tenant's income, not the landlord's income. But the landlords often realize there's a benefit to them to have this work done. And we do get good participation from the landlords.
So you're saying there's an income restriction on it. So if somebody was above the income guidelines, but a child was tested or a grandchild was tested positive for lead, and let's say it's in the grandparents' home and they're over the income guidelines, what happens then?
So the building division has their lead remediation fund, which their income guidelines are higher than the HUD income guidelines.
Okay.
So we use that source to remediate the units.
How does the building division accumulate those funds?
Frank might want to speak to that too, but I'll just say that they are generated from permit fees. A portion of that goes into lead remediation.
Yes,
Right.
that's correct, Alderman. What we do is we have a fee that is $2 per $1,000 on building permits, and that goes into that fund.
I just want to say, I think the city of St. Louis is doing a phenomenal job with lead remediation. This is a very serious issue. It's something, since I've been Alderman 2003, I've been watching. It's very encouraging to know that we've gone from less than 10% to less than 4%. But again, 4%, is still high. But you're doing a phenomenal job. And I just want to say kudos to the city of St. Louis, everybody who's involved, CDA, the building division, for doing the good work. We don't celebrate all the good work that we do often enough. It's real easy for us to be attacked on small things, but this is a real big thing. And I think it's something that we should celebrate. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Okay, Alderwoman Howard.
I don't really have a question, but I think since we have such a broad audience today, I would like the sponsor of the bill to introduce Mr. Moak and Mr. Rataj in their titles, and also the building commissioner, so that people know who these people are, because I think that sometimes it's out of context that, they may not understand what their position is with the city. So I appreciate what they do. Many people in my ward have taken advantage of this program. I think it's a wonderful program. As a farmer educator, it's very important that we send kids out of the home with the best opportunity to be successful in life. And this is one of the things that we can take advantage of in the city. Okay.
Sure, Alderwoman, you're absolutely right. I should have been more clear when introducing Mr. Matt Moak, that he is the executive director of our CDA, Community Development Agency, who's with us here today. I did not even realize all the folks that were here present, just to make sure that this was going. So Bill Rata, I'm going to apologize to not know your official title. So if you don't mind.
Sure, it's
Bill.
director. Yeah, it's Director of Housing at CDA.
Thank you so much. I apologize. I didn't realize that piece there. And then, of course, our building commissioner, Frank Oswald, and his team does the administration of the program, as was pointed out. We also have Dr. Eccles, our commissioner, our director of health, who, this is obviously a health issue, who is joining us today. And Matt, I'm not sure if other folks from your team are here as well that would also be introduced as having worked so hard to make sure that this has not only been administered in the past, but is continuing to move forward.
No, thank you, Alderwoman. You don't have anybody further. Bill pretty much runs this program. Of course, he has support people with him that help him. And I think CDA has been doing a pretty good job of this for a while, but all kudos to Bill. I am grateful that Mr. Oswald and Dr. Eccles were able to join as well, because obviously they're pivotal partners in this. And our thanks go out to them.
Sure. I will say, as you know, I work with a lot of residents in the 20th ward who use the program. It is scary to initiate sometimes, but the experiences that our residents have had have been very positive. And the work that has been done has not only remediated the lead in the homes, but also looks nice. It's an improvement on the housing unit, and it's an overall win-win for folks.
Great.
I'm gonna move on just because we got all these other speakers. I don't want to be discourteous to them either. Alderwoman Tamika Hubbard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I just have a few questions. So throughout the time that we've received the grant, do you all have some specific breakdowns on like where the dollars have been allocated or who has applied for the monies to see if there's been a greater need in certain portions of the city, and if in fact we maybe need to do more to just get rid of that 4% altogether? Do you all have any averages or figures or where like the bulk of these dollars have been allocated and who has solicited the money for the lead removal?
Yeah, that's something we can provide to you, certainly. I will say that both the health department and building division try to target the money to the wards and the neighborhoods and the zip codes that have the highest prevalence rate of lead poisoning. And that's where most of our outreach efforts occur.
Okay, do you have any of those figures in front of you or that data in front of you as far as which wards have the highest need or?
I don't have that in front of me, but that's something we could send over to you.
Okay. Okay, and that just leads to my other questions. I was wondering if you all saw any trends or any influx in just certain particular neighborhoods, maybe with older dwellings or neighborhoods who haven't been developed. And I think that probably going forward, we should be more proactive and strategically maybe target those areas to see if they need the additional help, because most people, they know about it, but they just don't know that it's a big issue and it's something that they need to work on, or they may be discouraged or scared to engage themselves in that process. So I would look forward to receiving that information to get a better breakdown of where we are in fact allocating the money and to make sure that we are allocated in the way that, you know, we really address the total problem in the areas that need it. And
Alderwoman, I'll jump in real quickly and give Commissioner Oswald some credit here, because the 20th and the 3rd wards are the highest wards of exposure. And so we did do some targeting there. I don't know off the top of my head where the 5th fits in. I think the health department has those reports regularly, but I think your point is really well taken. And not only should we focus on those 2 top wards, but maybe expand that and continue the outreach in a targeted way, because I think you're absolutely right there. So I'll look forward to that update, Bill, from you, if you could copy me in as well as the Alderwoman from the 5th.
Thank you, because whereas you had that information because you're sponsoring the bill, I think that that's something that should be shared throughout the entire Board of Aldermen so that we can know what the status is of our wards, because I had no idea that it was the 3rd and the 20th. And I know I have one of the most impoverished wards. So whereas that information was readily available and shared to you, I would appreciate it being shared for everybody, just so we can know what's best, you know, for our communities. So that's all I have. Thank you.
That's right. I'm just going to say, Bill.
Just for clarity, that's from the health committee. That data is from the health committee. It was provided last year on an update of just health general stuff, and it wasn't necessarily related to this, but it's something we get on a biannual basis. The health department does those updates. I don't have the updated numbers though.
So
thank you, Mr. Chairman.
If they're getting these updated, they need to be getting it to us, Bill. I would like this sent over to us this week before, because this will come up on the floor on Friday. Please get that to Alderwoman Hubbard and the committee so it can get out before the meeting. Any other questions, Alderwoman Hubbard? Tamika Hubbard?
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all.
Alderman John Muhammad? John might be necessary.
Thank you. No. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions. I had the exact same question as my distinguished colleague from the 5th. She already asked that question, so I am all good for now. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Okay. Alderwoman Pam Boyd, any
No
questions?
questions.
Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard, any questions?
No questions, thank you.
And I have none. I'll entertain a motion that we pass Board Bill 190 out with a due pass recommendation.
So moved.
And
Second.
okay. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard,
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard,
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad,
No. Aye,
I think he's on. Okay,
aye.
that was an aye. Okay.
Alderwoman Boyd,
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard,
Aye.
Chairman Vaccaro,
Aye.
7 aye votes.
So 7 aye votes, it's unanimous. We passed out Board Bill 190 with the due pass recommendation. Thank you, and whoever is here from 190, if you want to stay on, you can, but you also can leave if you want. Okay, next, we're gonna do this bill that's introduced by Alderman Oldenburg 200. Although they kept getting new updated lists on speakers, there's a lot. So what I do want to say that it is, what time is it now? It's roughly 1:30. Everybody should get their 3 minutes to speak. I would say, please stay on topic of the airplane surveillance. If you go off topic, I'm going to ask that you be cut off. Is the clerk here on with us? Our Alderwoman, not Alderwoman, our Madam Clerk, are you going to be the timekeeper, or otherwise is Terry Kennedy with us?
Okay, I can keep it.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I have a request. For the sake of time, oftentimes people, repeat what somebody else has said. And sometimes people want to, yield their time to somebody else so they can talk for 20 minutes to 25 minutes, which I don't think is fair. I think what is fair is that everybody's given the same appropriate time to speak, period. And I was wondering if we could invoke that rule where only one person gets to speak for that prescribed amount of time. And if somebody wants to pass their time, they lose their time.
That's what I was going to say. Everybody gets their 3 minutes, got to stay on subject. Because we have other bills, but I'm trying to be courteous of the time of the people that wanted to talk. We still got other bills after this. So it's 1:30 now. And I think by 3 o'clock, which is more than a fair amount of time, even should be less than that when I counted the people that want to speak. We're going to take a vote up or down at 3 o'clock. I think because we have two other bills we have to get to, and I don't want to lose committee members. So we're gonna go ahead and start through the process. Madam Clerk, because I've been getting multiple lists. Why don't you just go straight down the list. Let's see here, again, for 200. There's literally 1, 2, 3, 4 people that are here to speak in support and.
Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
I know, hang on one second. And 24 people that want to speak in opposition. Yes, who's asking?
It's Alderman Oldenburg. Mr. Chairman, if it's all right, I was hoping to give a quick overview of the bill, introduce it in front of the committee members, and then I was hoping to have the speaker of the community support program, the contractor that is in question here, to give a quick presentation just on his background and how the technology works within the bill and the professional services agreement. If that's okay, then I think we can go to public comment if it suits you.
No, that's fine. I would only ask that, when they speak, the person that's putting this together, if they would please keep their speech down to like 10 minutes. I think we've seen it before, and we have a pretty good idea about the pixels and how it works. I don't want to lose a quorum, that we're sitting here at 4 o'clock this afternoon and half the members are gone and we can't vote on stuff. So that's why I'm saying it's 3 o'clock. So there's no intention on stalling or, so no, go ahead. Because you're here to introduce the bill and that you're the first one to speak anyway.
Great.
So, go ahead and introduce your bill, but also keep in mind, we are trying to get through this so we can get the 24 people that are opposed to it. We want to give them their 3 minutes. So, Alderman Oldenburg, you're recognized on Board Bill 200.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Keep that in mind, Alderman, I certainly will be brief on just outlining the bill itself and some of the highlights around the professional services agreement. And then I'd love to turn it over to Dr. Ross McNutt to tell you a little bit more. Again, keeping it at a high level, given that this is not a new conversation. We've been in the communities and talking about this program since October of 2019. So with that, Board Bill 200, its purpose is to approve a contract via a professional services agreement between the City of St. Louis, effectively St. Louis Metropolitan Police Department, and a private operator that does business as the Community Support Program. The stated goals, quite frankly, of the bill and of the agreement is justice for victims and their families. It is to increase the solvability rate of violent crimes and homicides. It is to improve the clearance rates for murders and other violent crimes. And it is to assist the Cure Violence Program on its successful efforts thus far and to continue those programmatic efforts into the future. It also is a stated goal and will likely deter and prevent criminal activity in the future. All of this can be achieved by the St. Louis Police Department working in concert with the contractor and the contractor's technology and their analytical support, to which we will learn more about specifically, but utilizes wide aerial camera imagery that is unidentified only to a pixel or a dot, and works in concert with the already existing ground cameras that are under the control of the police department and its real-time crime center. So it is important to underscore this technology only enhances already existing camera infrastructure projects to help detectives solve crime. The arrangement could be a very positive tool for police. And I don't have to remind everybody, but it's worth referencing the St. Louis Post-Dispatch's article on January 1st that 2020 was the most violent year our city has seen in 50 years, a 30% increase of violence, more than any of those last 50 years. And all 262 victims of homicides have a family. There's a face behind every one of those. This is not just data we're pushing around. We can't just use campaign slogans. We have to immediately have an active plan that exists that will enhance our already crime-solving camera systems to bring more justice to those 262 families and all those who have fallen victim to homicide and violent crimes that, quite frankly, are unsolvable. Over 180 of those 262 have not been solved. That's a bad clearance rate. And that's not on the police department, because we know when you get to numbers that staggering, police are overworked. In fact, the chief was quoted in the newspaper article that I'm referencing on January 1st, saying that he's assigned 7 detectives, and each one of them still, all 31 detectives still have a caseload of 10 or more. You couple that stress with a global pandemic, you ask any detective on the police department trying to investigate and use detective skills without technology at the moment is legitimately decreased because of a pandemic. You can't use your intuitive detective skills. So you need to embrace technology. And this would be a welcomed resource and tool, a technology that will aid an already existing infrastructure of cameras that we know has rates of success. I think I'm going to close here before I turn it over to Dr. Ross McNutt by saying the important highlights to hit in this bill are, this bill is transparent. You're going to hear that it's not, that somehow there was a closed loop process on the contract that is before us all. I want to remind everybody that 99.9% of contracts that get approved in the city don't come before the Board of Aldermen, don't come before a public safety committee. They are assigned to liaisons of the mayor, the comptroller, often the city council's office, and the originating sourcing department who's looking to bring on a vendor. This is the opposite of that. This invokes public input. This involves the community because we are holding us, the legislative democratically elected body of the city of St. Louis, accountable for a contract. So please, committee members, I urge you to not let anyone tell you that somehow I nefariously negotiated this contract behind closed doors and I'm trying to jam it through, because quite frankly, it's more transparent than any contract that really sources and gets approved in the city of St. Louis. Secondly, the important thing that I like about this bill is independent evaluators and auditors. We want to be an open book with this bill and with this technology. We want everybody to review its efficacy who has a subject matter expertise in this area, and we welcome that independent audit. So in Baltimore, this program was implemented for a 6-month pilot program. The University of Baltimore, the New York Law School, NYU Law School, and the RAND Corporation were all independently engaged to evaluate the results of that. We want to mirror that identical sort of independent evaluation. Now, we're likely not going to use the same auditors, but we are going to have discussions with the University of Missouri St. Louis, WashU Law School, anyone who wants to be an independent evaluator and has true academic autonomy to review the success rate of this program. Lastly, this comes at no cost. This comes at no cost to the city of St. Louis. The services that will be aiding and helping the St. Louis Police Department will be paid for out of private grants and will not impact the taxpayers. So I urge the committee members to consider that as a point that's important, and that this is a resource and a tool that can help the police department. And at this point, I will turn it over to Dr. McNutt.
Thank you very much. I really do appreciate it. I appreciate all your guys' times, and I'll be respectful as I possibly can. My name is Ross McNutt. I'm with the Community Support Program. I run the program, and we're here to help support the city of St. Louis and the community reduce their major crime rate, hold people accountable, and build trust between law enforcement and the organization. I was hoping to share my screen if I'm allowed to.
If you can keep it short.
I will, sir.
Again, at 10 minutes, I'll be.
Gotcha. I just want to make sure that it's sharing properly.
It is.
Okay. What are you seeing there?
Your calendar.
That's not what I'm expecting you to see. There you go. Can you see the briefing there?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go through this fairly quickly. I've covered a lot of this before. I wanted to talk a little bit about who we were, what the problem we're trying to solve, what is the community support program, WWAMI, a quick sample investigation, and some of the provisions that are in place, just to get a clear agreement or understanding of people. We're a small company. I run the company. I own the company. I'm the only investor in the company. We're aimed at trying to make places better places to live, work, and play, and raise your family. My background is I have a PhD out of MIT in a program called Technology Management and Policy, which is aimed at bringing technological solutions to difficult social problems. And I couldn't think of a more difficult social problem than crime within our major cities. So what we've done is we've built essentially an evidence company that helps provide evidence to support, to help identify and convict the guilty, to vindicate the innocent, and to hold law enforcement accountable. And we've been working on this for about 14 years, trying to help cities help themselves and make them a better place to live. Again, my background, I had an experience a long time ago that I got to go into the inner cities and I saw what happens, and it disgusted me at the way we allow our citizens to be treated, and also in the crime that's there. I could go into that, but in the interest of time, I won't. The problem we're working to address, to be honest with you, it's this sort of problem where you have a child growing up in North St. Louis In a 6-month period, they had 39 people murdered, 407 aggravated assaults within a mile of them within 6 months. And I don't know how you'd grow up in that sort of environment and not get sucked into that. When you look at the crime in St. Louis, 262 murders, that puts you at 98 murders per 100,000, which ranks you #1 in the United States, but also right now #4 in the world. And that, to me, there's a lot of people there, a lot of families, a lot of grief, and that's really what we're aimed at trying to help solve. When you look at the economic impact on the city of St. Louis, just using the RAND's cost of crime calculator, it comes out to be $2.8 billion a year, or roughly $9,700 for every man, woman, and child within the city. And even just a small reduction on that can have a huge impact on the quality of life and the economic vitality of the city. When you look at where St. Louis sits, this data is a little older, but it still shows that St. Louis has got the highest cost per crime in any city. And this data is from 2015, with the newer numbers being even higher. Our goals and objectives are to solve, but more importantly, to deter crime, to make communities more safe, more enjoyable, and more prosperous. And we also provide oversights to organizations to provide unbiased information on potential police misconduct. And that's another part of our major goals. How do we reduce crime? We solve otherwise unsolvable crime. We provide information that is not available. We help detectives. We provide that information to allow them to start investigations in some place. It often leads to a faster closure rate, a faster and a more certain conviction rate based on the information that we provide. Our goal is to remove the repeat offenders earlier in their criminal career. We want to stop them before they shoot their first person, not after they shoot their 12th. But more importantly, we want to deter crime from occurring in the first place. It's 10 times more important to deter a crime than to have to solve it, because you save both the victim and the potential perpetrator and their families the grief. We also work to build trust between law enforcement and the community. What is this technology? For those that don't know, we provide an aircraft or a number of aircraft that fly over the city. We take very large pictures at resolutions that allow us to just barely zoom in and see people on the ground leaving a crime scene or other parts of investigations, and follow the vehicles and people to and from those locations past all the ground-based cameras. This is just an example of the people involved in a single shooting back in Baltimore in 2016. We then tie in with the police dispatch, the ground-based cameras, the automatic license plate readers, the city bus cameras, and ShotSpotter to make those systems that are already deployed much, much more effective. And I'll show you that. But here's examples of this one car from that shooting passing all of these cameras, and we give you the time and location, and that simplifies the detective's efforts to help solve those cases. Here's just a quick example. This is an assault on an officer. This is a quality of our images. I just want to point this out because you really can't see very many people in it. People are just part of a pixel, but this is an actual assault of the officer here. The motorcycle runs the red light, the officer hits them. For 46 seconds, they beat the crud out of her, and then they drove off. We identified all the witnesses. We followed the people to and from the crime scene, forward and backwards in time for several hours. And we were able to identify exactly where they went, the 21 red lights that they ran, all the ground cameras that they passed. And we were actually able to go into the ground cameras and identify the people, the path afterwards. I'm just going to skip through some of these, but these give you an example of how we integrate in with the ground cameras and the type of information that we provide to detectives in these cases. And again, here we have from the crime scene to the location that they get, and we actually have them getting off the bike. Within 2 hours, we were able to identify witnesses, locations, and the officers went by that location, found individuals on a motorcycle, and both of them eventually ended up pleading guilty on the morning of their trials. That's the type of work that we provide. In Baltimore, in a 6-month period, we witnessed 39 murders, 41 shootings, 85 armed robberies, and 26 carjackings. The results that we can release, because most of the results aren't releasable yet because the RAND Corporation is doing an independent assessment, but their midterm report basically showed that we had about 100% increase in case closures for homicides and shootings for cases that used the air evidence versus those that didn't. And when you look at the results in Baltimore, most cities in the United States this year had a 32 to 40% increase in homicides. Baltimore is the rare exception that actually had a 3% decrease. When you look at the operations in St. Louis, we would be providing up to 3 aircraft. This is the proposed coverage area. It covers a vast majority of the city of St. Louis. And we'd actually think that we can expand those coverage areas to cover all the city of St. Louis. When you match that up with the homicides, you can see that we've got a vast majority of the homicides covered within those coverage areas. And our goal is to solve them, but more importantly, to deter them from happening in the first place. When you look at the crimes that are included in Board Bill 200, we have the typical Class A felonies and the Part 1 FBI crimes, but also at the request of the Board of Aldermen, we've included other ones, including officers involved shootings, felony larcenies from motor vehicles, felony weapons charge, discharge of a firearm within the city limits, vehicular hit and run with injury and death, and also to support certain missing person investigations, including Amber Alerts, juvenile missing persons, and endangered missing persons. And at their request, we also included illegal dumping, which is similar to things that like Dayton, Ohio, and others have authorized. But again, most of the work that we'll do is on the homicides, the robberies, the burglaries, the shootings. Those are where we're going to spend most of our time, just because that's the sort of things that have the biggest impact on the city. When you look at operations in Baltimore, we were limited to a small number of crimes. We actually ended up doing 192 investigations, but we also missed, included in our coverage area were 2,751 additional crimes that weren't allowed to be supported. In this case, we're actually going to be able to support a good number of those additional crimes to help the city even further. The board bill also authorizes up to 18 hours per day, not 24-hour surveillance, but up to 18 hours per day. That will allow us to fly at night because we do have the capability of flying at night. And it allows us to get these larger spikes at 9, 10, 11, and maybe at just after midnight included in those times that will increase the deterrence and also increase the solvability of many of those cases. Privacy is a huge issue to us. We have tons of privacy policies. We've worked it. It's been reviewed by dozens and dozens of people. We limit the resolution to 1 person per pixel. You can't tell who a person is. You can't tell what color they are. We basically follow people to and from crime scenes and other locations associated with an investigation. And in some of those cases, we're going to require a warrant if it's not directly tied to the location of the actual crime. We record all viewed locations by time and by analyst. All tracks are directly assigned to a specific and improved investigation. We limit the time use of the data to 45 days for the law enforcement side and 180 days to support the defense teams before we delete the data. But the police department after 45 days would have to get a warrant to actually access any of that data. The extensive external oversight and review process reviews all these adherence to the policies. We very much maintain the security of the data. The data is not used for any other purpose. The privacy policy is actually written into, in this case, law in Board Bill 200 on contract and in the memorandum of agreement with the city and in strict enforcement with severe penalties, including the cancellation of the program, should we fall short on living up to our privacy programs. Some of the other aspects of the programs, we hire local analysts. In Baltimore, we hired about 25 to 30 local analysts. These local hires get skills and the necessary training that qualify them for defense intelligence jobs, so it becomes a career path. And there they're working towards the National Security Agency. In St. Louis, they'd be working towards the National Geospatial Agency. This becomes a career path for many young people who otherwise wouldn't have the opportunity. We'd start off with basic skills in Microsoft Office. work them through the analysis programs and get them trained up. And within about a few months, they're very good at helping to solve the problems. How did this go in Baltimore? Well, in Baltimore, we had a 74 to 76% approval rating with 20% opposed. That's out of a survey. Later data that's going to come out shows just about the same level of support, but I can't release it because it's from the University of Baltimore. That's consistent with data that we had back in 2016, where we actually had an 82% approval rating in an online survey. Is it legal? The answer is yes, it is legal. Both the Maryland Federal District Court and the Fourth Court of Appeals have said essentially that yes, it's legal. The ACLU has sued several times. And what the two federal courts stated is that they were, quote, unlikely to succeed in their lawsuit and allowed the program to continue. Anyone who's interested can go to the links here and actually see those decisions, see their justifications provided by the judges, and go from there. The big point, though, that they made is it's up to the community to decide. We have strong privacy protection, strong oversight, and a pressing need for the communities to reduce crime. We've gone through that sort of stuff. We very much limit the use of the CSP information to just supporting these crimes and defense attorneys. We provide information to both, and we provide confidential and privileged analysis to defense attorneys to support their cases. This program is reviewed extensively by privacy rights organizations, including the New York Law School Policing Project. They reviewed the program with entire access. They came up with 13 specific recommendations. Every one of those recommendations has been incorporated into the board bill and the contract. And the primary recommendation was that it should be up to the community to decide, and specifically the legislative body, such as the Board of Aldermen, to set specific authorization and guidance. And that's really what the board bill there does, is set that in place. I did want to address the quick noise complaints because I'm sure it will come up. In the University of Baltimore Community Survey, they surveyed 844 people.
Sure.
Only 3.7% of the respondents said they were annoyed by the plane.
Do you want me to kick off?
So those are the things there. Just wanted to address that. And most of those noise complaints came from, to be honest with you, the wealthy areas that are not affected by crime. Only 5 of the complaints received by the Baltimore city leadership came from majority minority areas within the city. Other than that, we've done a lot of work to do that. We can be up and running within 3 to 4 months from a decision to proceed. Most of that is hiring and training local people, integrating in with the law enforcement organization, briefing the community, briefing others on what the program is and what it isn't. And we're very happy to do that. In summary, basically, we're ready to help the city of St. Louis. We've demonstrated the effects. I've witnessed personally 95 some murders, and we've had a good success rate in closing those. We have very strong privacy programs. It's offered at no cost to the city for 3 years. If we do not help reduce the number of murders and shootings, we'll stop and leave. CSP can start quickly, 3 to 4 months after approval. And basically, we hope to make St. Louis a better place to work, live, and play, and raise your families. And I hope I didn't go over too much. We appreciate your time and considerations, and just wanted to say thank you in advance.
Okay, please unshare your screen.
Will do.
And what I'm going to do, you did go a little long there, so I'll put 20 minutes back in again. I'd like to, which is still a lot of time, to wrap this up no later than 3:30, which is another hour and a half. And you got to unshare the rest of the screen, please.
I'm trying to figure out how to do that. There it is. All yours.
Okay, so I think I'm just going to do a real quick, in case, to the committee. Does anybody want to ask questions now or wait until the very end? Vice Chairman Boyd, would you rather wait till the end, or do you want to ask questions now? He might have stepped away for a minute. Alderwoman Howard?
I'll refrain and wait until the end. Thank you.
Okay, Alderwoman Tamika Hubbard,
I'll wait, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman John Mohammed,
Mr. Chairman, I will yield back to the end. I will refrain. Thank you.
okay, Alderwoman Pam Boyd,
No questions.
and Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard. She might have stepped off too for a second.
I'm sorry, I was on mute. Thank you.
Oh, it's okay. So we're gonna wait to the end. I think what we'll do is let's go down. Madam Clerk, if you want to call off the names, starting with Matt Vitale, or yeah, it looks like Vitale. You don't have to give addresses or anything, just we'll
Wait,
start.
are we gonna hear from those in favor or those opposed first?
Well, so on the in favor, there's just, we can bounce back and forth. There's only 4 in favor, plus I've gotten some emails in favor. I know at some point that Cedric, who is very close to this, I know would like to talk on it. But since there's 25 people that want to speak opposed, actually, Alderwoman Howard's however you want to do it, but it's going to be way more, usually we go back and forth, but it's so uneven on speakers at
If
the
you want
minute.
me to go back and forth,
Okay, you go ahead.
Mr. Chair, I think it would be more
Okay, go ahead.
efficient.
Okay, go ahead and go back and forth. Again, I would say also keep everybody to 3 minutes. Then if you want to start either direction, you can. So support, we've already heard from McNutt, Mr. McNutt. So if you want to start in favor with Cedric, you can, and then go to Matt, and then I'll leave it up to you. Please, the 3 minutes. Please the 3 minutes if you would. And Madam Clerk, if they get to give them the 1 minute warning as they get close to the end. So Madam Clerk, just go ahead and take it. And then to all the alder people, you'll have the chance to ask questions, but just at the end, I'd like to get all the speakers that want to speak on this, the opportunity to do so. So Madam Clerk, please go ahead and start.
okay, so we'll start with Cedric.
Yeah, start with Cedric, then Matt, and then go back and forth for the first
Okay.
3. We've already heard from Mr. McNutt, or Dr. McNutt. So let's just go that route.
How's everybody doing? Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, members of the Public Safety Committee. My name is C. Sharp, and I serve as the ambassador for the city. And I am here in favor of the community support program. I mean, needless to say, it's time to respond. When you have 262 homicides in a year to where you told everybody to stay in the house, it's time to respond. We need to figure out a way to let people know that the city is ready to deploy the means necessary to take its streets back. The community is doing its best to get out with supplementary needs as far as food and clothes and utility bills and things like that, but we still don't have an answer for the loss of life. And that is what I'm concerned with, especially being somebody who has a reputation for being very, very vocal about the violence that's going on in the city and how it's affecting people on a daily basis. So my first point is that we need to respond, and the community support program is definitely a response that will not be so in your face as far as hiring more police officers or trying to hotspot, certain areas, but it gives our police officers a chance to take a break. It gives them a chance to take a weekend off while, something like this is still in play, in deployment. So It gives our officers a chance to rejuvenate and revive themselves so they can get back out in the community and serve at a high level. Also, Operation Legend is something that I think doesn't get a lot of credit in the
What's
city. Operation Legend doesn't get a lot of credit. Protest that sat down with Judge Jimmy Edwards, and we compromised on Operation Legend because people were very, very peculiar about having this camera deployed. So you started to see more faces turn up with cases. You started to see more suspects arrested, and that made people more comfortable in how things were going on throughout the city. We followed the proper protocol. We came through public safety. We went through the full board. We talked to the mayor. We talked to the police department. We had nothing to hide. I got behind this because I had relationships with pretty much every alderman that sits on the board, and I figured that we would be able to sit down and discuss something like this. So that was the only reason why I got behind it and got close to it, so I can make myself available for those intimate conversations. But we have nothing to hide. There's nothing to hide about this project. It's time to respond to the homicide rate.
time?
Madam Clerk, just keep on going down the list. Okay, so next is Matt. So just keep on going down the list.
Matt? And oppose?
Yeah, he's opposed, and it looks like Matt Vitale. The only reason I've gotten 3 different sheets, so yeah, Matt Vitale would be next.
Matt?
Can you hear me now? I think I turned my mute off. Okay. Hi, everyone. My name is Matt Vitale, and I'm a resident of the 16th Ward speaking in opposition of Board Bill 200. In July, Alderman Oldenburg introduced Resolution 24, outlining a framework on how the city should open discussions with PSS. Board Bill 200 completely disregards the framework outlined in that resolution. Resolution 24 urged the mayor and the director of public safety to open discussions with PSS. That did not happen. The alderman reached out to PSS, their attorney, and Lewis Rice to draft the contract presented in the bill. City residents were not made aware of these discussions and had no representation outside of the alderman and Lewis Rice. The director of public safety and Chief Hayden were not a part of the discussions, and as of December 29th, have not endorsed or supported the bill as written. The resolution also acknowledged that in order for the city to enter into discussions, there must be broad-based community awareness, and that the CJCC and the Chief Technology Officer's participation is critical. And that regardless of the effort required and costs incurred, community involvement must be the central focus of any discussions with PSS, as well as any contract that may result from those discussions. On December 29th, Alderman Oldenburg admitted bluntly that there was no participation from the CJCC and Chief Technology Officer. His reasoning was that he felt the stakeholders were not moving fast enough due to fear of opposition. The alderman also did nothing to promote such awareness on his own. In July, I sent a petition to Tom with 30 other ward residents stating our opposition to the resolution. Instead of promoting awareness of the program and addressing our concerns, he ignored us. After issuing the bill last month, Tom finally agreed to have a community Q&A concerning the program with the neighborhood association on December 29th. How can we have faith in a contract that was initiated by an alderman that openly disregarded his own resolution in fear of opposition? It's my belief that we need a plan for how our city will adopt and use surveillance technology, and we need to commit to that plan, and that's why we need Board Bill 95. Thank you, and I'll yield the rest of my time.
Mr. Daniel Powell?
Hi, thank you. I'm a city resident. I'm also an airline transport pilot. I have nearly 25 years of experience as a professional pilot, including 3 years as a geospatial pilot for the largest private geospatial imaging firm in the United States. Simply put, my job was to fly planes across the United States, fixed with cameras, using systems that would be comparable to what is being used by persistent surveillance systems. Our job was to collect imagery for clients that included local, state, and federal governments, as well as private companies. I support Bill 200. Board Bill 200. I wanted to use my time to address some misconceptions that I've seen that are being used to build opposition through social media and other public outlets. In particular, the claims that these planes are spy planes being used to spy on people, that this is constant surveillance, and that the data can be sold to third-party data miners, all making it sound as if U-2 spy planes or NSA technology is being used to spy on St. Louis residents. It's far from it. This type of technology, from my experience, is actually very limited in picture resolution and mostly limited because of nature. Obstacles that limit this program's ability include the foliage from trees in the spring and summer, nighttime, which currently there are no nighttime ops, so the planes won't be flying tonight at all, clouds and cloud shadows. In fact, I had checked the forecast and hourly weather for Lambert Airport the previous 4 days. The cloud layers alone would have prevented the planes from flying and collecting any usable imagery. Even scattered cloud layers pose a serious obstacle in collecting imagery and can prevent the planes from flying under FAA visual flight rules. So this is far from being a constant surveillance program, given these limitations alone. Also, the quality of the cameras are limited and are incapable of providing information on gender, race, hair color, or pretty much anything that would be considered an identifier, except for that the users will know that the moving dots on the ground are human. These limits make the collected data virtually useless from third-party data miners. In fact, Facebook and Google data mining abilities that we're all subjected to are light years away from what this program could ever provide, which is virtually nothing. This program is exactly what it says it is. It's a support program. It's a tool with limitations that can aid police by following human dots that were located at the time and place where a crime was committed, in hopes that those dots are picked up by our already installed ground-based cameras. Despite the limitations I mentioned, the program has the ability to save the police department's human resources and their time by focusing their investigations where they need to be focused.
1 minute.
The fact that our city is constantly ranked in #1 in US murder rate per capita and #13 in the world, and our struggling murder rate solve rate, it's irresponsible to pass up opportunities like this, especially when there are no cost to us. We need to bring justice to victims and hopefully prevent murders. We should give Dr. Ross McNutt a chance to prove that his company can help St. Louis police as they do their part in solving our serious crime problem. Lastly, and very quickly, I wanted to point out that the city doesn't own the sky above it. It's regulated by the FAA. I could fly a plane over the city at 1,000 feet above its structures, record video, and take pictures all day long. I could then sell that information or post it all over the internet if I wanted to. There is no regulation preventing it. But the fact that persistent surveillance systems has worked with the city to impose additional regulations on their operation should not go unnoticed or unappreciated. I ask that you please support Board Bill 200, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today.
Mr. Voorhees.
Good afternoon. My name is Paul Voorhees. I'm a business owner and citizen of St. Louis. We maintain, rebuild, and overhaul aircraft. I'm a U.S. Marine veteran. I'm worked on reconnaissance aircraft in the Marine Corps. I am aware of the value of intelligence. I support Dr. McNutt and aerial investigation research, AIR. I've seen the great results he's had in other cities. AIR will make St. Louis safer for its citizens. We had 262 homicides in the year 2020. 179 were unsolved. You know, if we could even just solve a fraction of those, it would be worth it. There's no expense to the city of St. Louis. This is a grant-funded program. I support Dr. McNutt. I want to be a part of the solution that AR can provide. I want to see this bill pass, and it will help St. Louis. And thank you for listening to me today, and I hope you all vote for it.
Mr. O'Connelly. Jerry O'Connelly.
Speaking, can you hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, fellow members of the Board of Aldermen, government officials who are attending, I want to focus my remarks on Board Bill 200 to the process that we've got here, which started in the fall of 2019. This committee held a meeting on October 1st On that agenda was an item that said report from protest that. There was no mention of persistent surveillance systems or Mr. McNutt. Mr. McNutt did present at that meeting. To the best of my knowledge, there were no other community meetings between October 10th and July 7th of 2020. July 7th, there was a brief presentation by the sponsor of Resolution 24, which called upon 4 or 5 different city officials to start discussions regarding the persistent surveillance program. That resolution did not actually mention persistent surveillance. It mentioned Mr. McNutt, and it mentioned community support program. After that July 7th meeting, there was a public hearing held on July 10th regarding Resolution 24. People spoke pro and con at that meeting. However, McNutt did not present. So basically, we're now, again, 6+ months later, and this is our first presentation and a contract's already been written. The bill sponsor explained earlier that there was nothing nefarious about this process. The community was engaged. I'd like to see documentation of how the community was engaged. I tried to keep up with government meetings. I did not see anything posted regarding community meetings. The comments that the sponsor made at the December 29th St. Louis Hills meeting, the audio of that is available online. As a previous speaker mentioned, he engaged with the contractor, an attorney, and a lobbyist from Lewis Rice. The day before the bill was introduced on December 11th at the Board of Aldermen, Community Support Program engaged a lobbyist from Lewis Rice. Whether that bill was written in one day, I can't speak to that. But I think there is something sinister about this. The public hasn't been engaged. The city's parties that were mentioned in Resolution 24, Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, the city's chief technology officer, the mayor, the director of public safety, Mr. Edwards, the police chief, none of those people, to my knowledge, were engaged in a substantive dialogue regarding this. And I think that's something that, basically we have a resolution that's not been followed. If you as a committee and as a board approve a resolution, the citizenry needs to hold you accountable to it. I would ask that you do not vote on this bill today and that until the terms of this have been followed. Thank you.
Ben Conover?
Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. My name is Ben Conover and I'm a resident of the 8th Ward. I wanted to take this opportunity to address the committee at this time as it considers whether to address the public safety crisis in our city with an unproven aerial surveillance technology. Unproven. There is little evidence at all to suggest that PSS technology has any significant impact on mitigating crime. Dr. McNutt is severely misrepresenting the effects. Recent reporting showed only 2 cases were closed and 1 arrest was aided by the planes in Baltimore. In fact, Baltimore's mayor and police commission saw very little reason to continue the program because it was not producing significant results. So not only is the technology unproven, when tested, it failed to have a positive effect. But unfortunately, that's the tip of the iceberg. PSS routinely committed serious breaches of confidentiality, according to the Baltimore police. PSS leaked data to journalists, surveilled protests, and compromised the privacy of citizens. Board Bill 200 does not specify data policy, and PSS ultimately owns all the data from the surveillance. Will PSS profit off St. Louis citizens by selling the surveillance data? What happens if the plane flies over parts of Illinois, which Dr. McNutt diagrams show that it will? Why should St. Louisans trust PSS to follow the law or behave properly in our city? This is all especially concerning when we know technology of this sort is racially biased. A UN panel which studied police surveillance technology indicated that such tech can reinforce racial bias in police. Additionally, facial recognition technology is 10 to 100 times more likely to falsely identify Black and brown faces. Dr. McNutt recently said that they aren't capable of facial recognition, so I'm not sure why it's a key part of Alderman Oldenburg's bill. Further, we know the city's struggle with its past and present of racism and racial bias. Using this panopticon technology will only further divide us. All evidence points this is the wrong direction. Unfortunately, this effort also falls within the large set of efforts of privatization plaguing our city. PSS is financially backed by billionaires John and Laura Arnold, who also are backing the efforts of Opportunity Trust to privatize our public education system. I know many members of the community and of this committee are deeply concerned with what's occurring at SLPS. We should extend that concern to efforts pushed by those creating that crisis. Ultimately, PSS is a private company.
1 minute.
Needs to profit from this. Creating a for-profit police state only serves to harm our public services and the people of St. Louis. No one should be profiting off violating the privacy of St. Louisans. Alderman Oldenburg claims that he wants to address crime with this technology, but we know that addressing the root causes of crime, poverty, disinvestment, etc., are the way to go, and that clamping down with unproven tech has little to no effect. I would encourage Mr. Oldenburg and the members of this committee to pursue solutions along those lines to improve public safety. Maybe Alderman Oldenburg should encourage economic investment in high crime areas, both as alderman and with his employer, instead of selling out our neighbors. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I yield back my time.
Sarah Baker.
Hi, can everyone hear me? Getting nods. Okay.
No, I can hear you.
Okay, great. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah Baker. I am the Legislative and Policy Director for the ACLU of Missouri, and I'm a resident of the 20th Ward. I want to go on record in opposition to Board Bill 200. I think whenever we're approaching surveillance technology for the city of St. Louis, we should be asking ourselves 3 questions. First, is it effective? Second, what do we give up in order to use that technology? And third, will people be held accountable? The first question, is it effective, largely remains unproven when it comes to persistent surveillance technologies. RAND Corporation, which was contracted to assess the data of efficacy for Baltimore, has not completed their report. In fact, the slide that Dr. McNutt showed you all from the Baltimore Police Department referencing data that have been collected comes with a data disclaimer, where the Baltimore Police Department says, all data is under review by research partners to determine the correlation, causality, and effectiveness of AIR in the case of case closure. And they go on to say that BPD asserts no conclusions or assumptions about the effectiveness of AIR. We're putting the cart before the horse. We don't have the data when it comes to Baltimore. RAND is expected to complete their data analysis preliminarily closer to the end of this month, and then their complete report later on in the spring. If the city of St. Louis wants to spend money when it comes to persistent surveillance technologies, even if that's funded by a private donor for 3 years, we need to know if it's going to be effective, because we sure are giving up a lot to make sure that we can use this technology in the city of St. Louis. Dr. McNutt said that courts had come to the conclusion that persistent surveillance technologies is constitutional. That's incorrect. The court, the Fourth Circuit, has actually agreed to rehear the case in Baltimore en banc in the coming days and weeks. That means that they are assessing again if persistent surveillance technologies is constitutional. The reason for that is that they believe, as does the New York Police Project in their amicus brief to the court, that some of the facts were misrepresented. The fact about how the technology was used in practice differs greatly from how the technology was purported to be used. For example, the MOU in the city of St. Louis and in Baltimore said that the data would be retained only for 45 days. The police project in New York, which was contracted to review Baltimore, found that in fact, most of the data was held indefinitely.
1 minute.
They also looked into the fact that the data that was collected did not just pertain to the crime scene, as was presented to the court. Finally, I want to make the argument strongly here that we should be pushing for accountability. Even Dr. McNutt in previous testimony on this topic, and certainly the New York Police Project, reported that accountability is absolutely paramount. They had 14 recommendations when it came to how Baltimore should have considered its persistent surveillance programs. And the first and foremost was that there needed to be an oversight body. The MOU in this presented in this contract in no way goes to the extent needed to regulate persistent surveillance in the city of St. Louis. This is an instance where we don't know if this technology is going to be effective. We do know that we're sacrificing civil liberties, and we do not have in place robust accountability measures to make sure that this is ultimately beneficial to the city while protecting our constitutional liberties. I yield back.
Dave Saunders.
Yes, hello. My name is David Saunders, and I live in St. Louis Hills for just over 10 years with my wife and 3 children. I am a master's educated clinician in the healthcare industry here in St. Louis and an avid proponent of individual liberties. I have looked over Board Bill 200 and opposed the passing of this bill. The idea that surveilling the cityscape will lead to increased arrests, fewer crimes, and a safer St. Louis City fails to address a number of issues. The bill identifies the inability to recruit sufficient law enforcement persons to fulfill the city's obligations to the taxpayer as the basis for increased surveillance needs. If St. Louis City does not have the physical bodies to manage the city's law enforcement needs, then it surely cannot manage the photo and video data that persistent surveillance systems would generate on an ongoing basis. With the rise in home security technologies, my neighborhood in St. Louis Hills has a patchwork of photography and video-enabled cameras recording everyday occurrences, package deliveries, and postal worker activities. When my neighbor's vehicle was stolen from his driveway months ago, although there was plenty of footage of crime in the early hours of the morning, the perpetrator still eluded and evaded all means of tracking in the days that followed. That vehicle was eventually found stripped and dumped far from the scene of the crime a couple of weeks later. No one was caught, no one was brought to justice. Would more footage of the crime have helped? Perhaps. However, I remain incredulous. Board Bill 200 also identifies that the footage would be used to facilitate the charging of Class 1A felonies and other crimes determined by the board. Given the last several months since the beginning of this coronavirus pandemic has highlighted a number of serious
1
and
minute.
unresolved disputes between the private and public sectors, it is absolutely the wrong time to be asking the taxpayer and citizens to get the city's legal apparatus access to such technology. With the mayor, while the mayor has not placed a mask mandate on the citizens of St. Louis, who is to assure that the citizen, that if the mayor were to institute masking or lockdown mandates, that this persistent surveillance system wouldn't be used, and perhaps the next several months will prove to be
I don't know if we lost him.
We lost his sound. He only had about 10 seconds left, but we seem to have lost him.
That's okay. I believe I lost connection, but I believe I was on. My last final point was, what good is the city without crime if that same city doesn't respect individual rights? So I appreciate you guys commenting that I lost connection, but thanks for the time.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Mr. Rose?
Yes, hello. My name is Keith Rose, and I'm here on behalf of the National Lawyers Guild St. Louis chapter. The National Lawyers Guild is opposed to Board Bill 200. We are concerned that the vast amounts of data being harvested by the surveillance system will not be as specifically used as we are being told. Our recent history tells us that this personal data may find its way out. In just 2019, 4 St. Louis Metropolitan Police officers pleaded guilty to federal charges of taking bribes to leak police records containing the private health information of residents. 4 officers were selling the data they had access to a private company. We all know officers who have helped out family or friends by running plates. It would be foolish to assume that this information will be handled completely differently. We also should not trust the PSS company. They have repeatedly misrepresented information to both the residents and officials of Baltimore. They have allowed misinformation to be represented to the courts, and they have misrepresented information to the people of St. Louis. Indeed, PSS themselves have apparently recently leaked information from the program. Now, when we talk a lot about privacy, but there are real implications and ramifications of compiling this sensitive data. The US Supreme Court is positioned to remove protections to abortion access. It's particularly concerning that these planes would record the comings and goings of every individual who accesses Missouri's only remaining abortion facility. We have seen how right-wing officials have been willing to track these patients with whatever tools they can find, including recently secretly tracking the menstrual cycles of Planned Parenthood's patients. One can only imagine how the extra surveillance data will be used to scrutinize these healthcare providers in attempts to shut them down. Another concern here is subpoenas. There is no legal mechanism to prevent this data from being successfully subpoenaed. For example, one can easily imagine an insurance company requesting this footage as evidence in a motor vehicle accident lawsuit. Or scarier still, maybe in a case
1
for a
minute.
divorce. And there is an additional concern that I think that you should be considering here, and it's the cost of litigation. We have seen in other cities that this system has led to many lawsuits. St. Louis will be no exception. At a time of budget shortfalls, city residents should be particularly worried about paying to defend lawsuits coming out of this program. And on a personal note, I heard earlier that this system wouldn't be allowed to track people with protected demographics. As a gay man, I find it very disturbing that any gay bar or lesbian bar in the city of St. Louis would have tracked all of the people who are coming and going from that facility. And in fact, in a geographically segregated city, it's very easy to discern the race of an individual car or person walking down the street where you are in St. Louis. Just to say that this program is not going to be racially biased or be able to see the race or the protected class of any individual is really misleading. Thank you.
Robert Lindsay.
Yes, hello. My name is Robert Lindsay. I am a resident of the 5th Ward. I'm a member of Amnesty International USA, and I serve as Secretary of Amnesty Missouri. And I am here to speak in opposition to Board Bill 200. And the first thing I want to cite to is Article 12 of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, which says very shortly, no one shall be subjected to arbitrary interference with his privacy, family, home, or correspondence, nor to attacks upon his honor or reputation. Everyone has the right to the protection of the law against such interference or attacks. And we believe this proposed program exceeds those bounds and infringes upon the privacy rights of individuals. Crime rates are not due to any failure or lack of technology here in St. Louis. Yes, this is essentially military hardware that is now being deployed domestically. And that people feel this is going to solve that we're just not arresting enough people is misguided. We have not shown that any of this is preventative. Since over the last half century of the really flawed war on drugs, we've proven that we cannot incarcerate our way out of street crimes. Our prison populations have just grown exponentially, far outstripped the growth in Missouri's population. And we too share the concern that this data is going to be misused. And far beyond its stated purpose, not just by city police who, it's not hard to imagine that they won't use this for less than the serious crimes that we're talking about, but it's easy to see how other jurisdictions
1 minute.
Thank you, would make demand for access to this. We think the abuse of the potential for abuse of civil liberties is far outweighs any benefit. And we think that there should be a lot more stewardship by the Board of Aldermen on any deployment such as this. And it's sad that Amnesty must now expand our focus on privacy issues from such known violators as China and Saudi Arabia to the domestic policing in our own community. And for that reason, we urge the board to reject the deployment of this technology and going forward to retain active jurisdiction of any other such technology that may be proposed. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today.
Philip Weeks. Philip Weeks.
Philip, are you there or did you sign off?
Okay, we'll go to the next
And
one.
go to the next one. We can always come back to him.
Sarah Phelps. Sarah Phelps.
Hi, Ms. Rogers. Can you hear me?
I can, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for your time, committee members. My name is Sarah Feltz, and I live in Tower Grove South in the 15th Ward. I am asking you to please oppose Board Bill 200. It is true that St. Louis has a real problem with crime, and we know that the way forward to address that crime is to address the root causes of crime. PSS's spy planes won't do this. Instead, these spy planes are posed to violate our civil liberties and do nothing to build trust between law enforcement and the community, which is what we know will improve this problem in our city. In addition, Board Bill 200 doesn't specify data policy, and there just aren't enough protections in place to ensure that this data won't be misused, especially to target people for engaging in constitutionally protected activity. It is also concerning to me that there are several discrepancies between what's in the bill and what folks have said is in the bill. For example, PSS's head has said that facial recognition technology isn't possible here, but the bill addresses that, and I'm quite concerned about the discrepancy there. I'll yield back the rest of my time, and thank you, and please oppose Board Bill 200.
David Boger.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, committee members of the Public Safety Committee, I'm Dave Boger from the 8th Ward. Dr. McNutt has been trying to sell his technology since 2007. He has yet to sell it to a single city. The city in which he is based, Dayton, Ohio, said no. Compton, California, said no to his system. They later tried a less expensive plane system from AeroView, but stopped that also. Philadelphia, where the PSS website, I believe, claims that a test was run. There's no record that they have carried on with that, so that's a no. Juarez, Mexico, where Dr. McNutt has mentioned murders being solved, did not continue with the program. Baltimore, Maryland just has this second pilot program following the first one that was done in secret back in, I believe it was 2016. We have a rush to sign a contract before the mayoral election, and specifically to bind the next mayor's hands before the Baltimore test data is analyzed by Rand Corporation and NYU, and their reports released. It feels that since no one else in the nation has seen value in persistent surveillance systems, we should question our rush to join them. If PSS had successes, surely we would see them on their website. Their only press release is from 2015. Thank you. And their PSS in the news section only lists news articles from 2014 and 2015. If there are no successes able to be put on the PSS website, surely there are actually no successes. I urge the committee to vote down Board Bill 200 as it stands today. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members.
Joshua Lawrence Milligan.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. First and foremost, my name is Joshua Lawrence. I live in the 20th Ward. I oppose this bill for pretty much every reason that others have said they oppose it. Of course, there's a civil liberties reason and why it was abandoned in cities like Dayton, but also it's just ineffective. 2020 homicide for Baltimore, while less than the record 2019, was still higher than 2018 and 2016, where they didn't have the spy plane. Even the closure rate changes pretty negligibly. According to AIR's report, it only changes about 3 or 4% with spy plane evidence. like Ben said, I don't think that it's certifically noticeable to sell out our rights to have this biplane that doesn't really work. While I respect that we're talking about it, and this is free initially, as Keith brilliantly pointed out, there isn't just the cost of the pilot. There's liability costs of the program. There's the cost after the 3 years. Simply, I think that we should trust what Baltimore Police Commissioner Harrison said, who was quoted as saying, quote, "The program would probably not be supported publicly because of the dollar amount and its outcomes thus far." I also just want to make it clear that difference of tactics is not difference of intentions, right? No one here is looking at the problem of crime, particularly violent crime, and going, how do we raise it? It's quite the opposite. However, we need to approach the problem at its root causes. When you have a leaky roof, you don't just be reactive to it, you go after the leak itself. Increasing police and private corporations' power over us will not make us safe. Only going after root causes like poverty, jobs, education opportunities can do that. If these people who are writing this grant to get these 3 years in are that invested in St. Louis, I welcome, them committing to us, but it has to be done in a way that's actually equitable and not just throwing money at some plane that can just watch us all the time. I yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Kennedy Moore.
Hi, my name is Kennedy. I live in the 5th Ward. And so overall, there's just a misconception that constituents don't care that they're being surveilled. So I'm testifying in opposition of Board Bill 200 for several reasons. For starters, the introduction of spy planes into St. Louis surveillance systems, it would increase the amount of noise pollution that citizens across the city and possibly near city-county borders would experience. PSS claims that they don't fly these spy planes lower than 4,000 feet, but this, in addition to the police and emergency service vehicles, it would just be an auditory reminder that we live in a police state where citizens are surveilled on a constant basis. And a reminder that we're just being watched, not to mention combined with the fireworks, the constant gunfire, the helicopters, and the commercial airplanes. These spy planes would definitely be a disruption to the lives of people in the city, especially people that have auditory and anxiety disabilities, or even small children and pets. In the city of Baltimore, the spy planes were active, but have since been grounded. There are also reports, a couple people before me have discussed these reports, that PSS has leaked data to the press, which is a violation of the MOU that was put in place with Baltimore. In addition, there have been reports that PSS data is retained indefinitely instead of the 45 days that was originally stated. And so to me personally as a citizen, this company is not trustworthy when it comes to the storage and privacy of the surveillance data that they're collecting. And frankly, that's not an enterprise that I want to have access to footage of me coming out of my house, going to the store, or going to the gas station. So while PSS tells the public that these spy planes can't identify people, the truth is that, this is going to be used in conjunction with existing surveillance.
1 minute.
Thank you. Across the city. And so spy planes can locate the general area of someone, but on the ground cameras and the facial recognition would come in to work together to identify those specific people. PSS would incentivize the city to expand its ground surveillance so that it's able to work to violate our rights to privacy. And so that's a whole nother issue. As stated, PSS would cost anywhere from $2 to $3 million a year. It may be privately funded, but instead of surveilling citizens, I think about how those millions could be used to fund social services. Because when people have the resources that they need, they don't have to turn to crime to survive or satisfy a psychological need. This surveillance system, it wouldn't solve the root issue of crime in St. Louis City. Currently, there's no hard data that proves that it's efficient or that it even stops crime. So before the city of St. Louis decides on the introduction of PSS, an oversight system first
Time.
needs to exist. Thank you.
Madison Orozco.
Hi, thank you. Well, my name is Madison Orozco. I live in the 10th Ward in the Northampton neighborhood. And I am here, want to be on record saying that I oppose Board Bill 200. I want to just echo, I agree with what others have said about privacy concern, especially knowing that these planes can be used in conjunction with the Real Crime Center, which does take it from that above angle to where they claim you can't see anything to actually being able to have more of a sense of what's going on the ground. And I guess for me, I'm just not sure how I'm expected to trust this company and this surveillance when the truth is consistently being misrepresented. Ross McNutt is consistently misrepresenting the truth around the efficacy of the planes, and also the fact that they flew over and have been flying over communities before without their knowledge, like in Baltimore and in Compton. And I think if this company and if this bill are really to be trusted, then it should have really included more community involvement, instead of kind of seeming like it's people being charmed by folks with money and fancy planes who tend to have that track record. And we talking about deterring crime in the city with these spy planes. However, this is not how we deter crime. And we know that this falls right into the failed arrest and incarcerate model that we know doesn't work and that we've been throwing money into year after year after year, and that over 250 million of our general fund budget goes to year after year after year. So if we actually want to address the root problems of crime, that's a different story. So if Sir McNutt and the funders behind this program would like to spend some of their millions and billions of dollars to potentially help community organizations that are actually working on the ground and to work with those people who are combating poverty and hunger and lack of healthcare and access to resources and the things that actually help to prevent crime and that we know help to prevent crime, that's a different story. But bringing the surveillance and these planes in is not going to solve that problem. It's actually going to create an entire—
1 minute.
It's going to be infringing upon the rights of the citizens wherever the planes are going to be flying over, and it's not really going to make the city better. It's going to make it inherently worse, which is the reason why it has not been continued or really been allowed for its success in the places that it's been before. Thank you.
Inez Bordeaux.
Hi, my name is Inez Bordeaux. I am a resident of the greatest ward of all wards, the 9th Ward. And I am a mother, I'm a nurse, I'm an organizer, and at the risk of sounding like a broken record, because I have stood in front of this Public Safety Committee multiple times and explained multiple times that putting more police on the streets is not going to solve the crime problem. Building more jails is not going to solve the crime problem. Spending millions of dollars to have a spy plane flying over the city is not going to solve the crime problem. Yes, we have a violent crime problem in St. Louis, but the solution to that is not more police, it's not more jails, it's not spy planes, it is resources. And the fact that this bill is even being considered in this committee or to be placed in front of the full Board of Aldermen tells me that this committee and the Board of Aldermen are not listening to the people who are doing the work on the ground. I am a person that is doing the actual work on the ground. I work with victims and I work with the perpetrators of crime. And in order to solve this problem, we have to solve poverty. We have to get to the root cause of what is a violent crime wave in our city. And the only way we do that is by getting to the root cause of it. An analogy that I have used in front of this Public Safety Committee multiple times is that If you tell me you have a fever, I am going to give you Tylenol. I know that that Tylenol is going to break your fever. And if in 4 hours,
1 minute.
when that Tylenol wears off, if your fever comes back, then the problem isn't the fever. The problem is the infection. And in this city, the infection is poverty. And so until we put the time, energy, resources, and money into solving the problem of poverty in this city, our violent crime problem is never going to go away. And if there are grants and public funders who want to invest $3 to $4 million in a spy plane, please have them email me, because I know of some specific policies and programs that, if fully funded, would get right to the heart of the poverty issue that we have in St. Louis. Let's stop wasting our time, money, resources on things that are not going to work. And until we as a city decide that we have the collective will to actually address the poverty, nothing is going to change. Spy planes is lipstick on a pig. Police are lipstick on a pig. Additional
Time.
jails, lipstick on a pig. We have to do better, and the city deserves better. Thank you.
John Chestnut.
Hi, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. So I wanted to start by saying that regardless of where any of us fall on the spectrum regarding our support of surveillance technology, I think we'd all agree that it's a very sensitive issue. It requires transparency. It requires balancing various interests regarding public safety and privacy, the handling of confidential data.
Point of order,
So-
Mr. Chairman.
State your point of order.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, just for the sake of everybody saying who they represent or what ward they live in, I would like to ask that Mr. Chashnoff either tell us what organization he's representing, what community he's representing.
Mhm. Oh, thank you for that, Alderman. I am here representing the Coalition Against Police Crimes and Repression, which has been active on policing issues in the city, myself personally for over 20 years, in the organization since 1983. So I was saying that it requires some sensitivity in handling these very sensitive matters regarding surveillance technologies. And I think we therefore need to have a trustworthy company if we're going to be able to, if we want to implement programs like this. And my point today is that PSS has not been, and it's currently not, a trustworthy company that we should entrust with implementing a program of this very sensitive nature. Alderman Oldenburg in his December town hall agreed that there's been a learning curve here, that PSS has made mistakes in the past, but I would say that PSS has been a very slow learner, and even up to the current time, they've not done good enough. So I wanted to trace just very briefly the pattern of untrustworthiness that PSS has shown over the years. So in 2012, this program was instituted over Compton. It was done without the public being aware, and it caused a scandal when the public found out that they were being surveilled in this fashion. They've not been back in Compton. In 2016, the same thing happened in Baltimore. where
1 minute.
The program was instituted without public awareness and was stopped. The NYU report shows that the attorneys did not present all the facts to the court in the lawsuit, and that the PSS has been caught violating the MOU in several regards. In November, the Baltimore police threatened to end the program over multiple instances of leaking confidential information, and said the continuing failure of them to maintain confidentiality was a serious problem. So even though Alderman Oldenburg has attempted to learn from the past, I don't feel like PSS has done so. And I want to ask the question, is this why Judge Edwards and Chief Hayden are not here in support of this program today? For all these reasons, I would urge you not to go forward with a bill to pass Board Bill 95 so that we do have robust public discussion and oversight of such programs.
Alicia Hernandez.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you for allowing me to present testimony today. My name is Alicia Hernandez. I'm a resident of the 10th Ward and a member of Privacy Watch, which is a local coalition made up of activists and organizations, including Amnesty International, Coalition Against Police Crimes and Repression, National Lawyers Guild, STLDSA, and the Organization for Black Struggle. And we oppose Board Bill 200. So there's an ongoing debate in our city about privacy versus public safety, as if those are two sides of one coin. We're told to believe that the question at hand is, how much privacy are we willing to sacrifice for the sake of public safety? And we know that this conversation, disguised as one of public safety, is actually one about power, control, race, and economic status. And we've heard that today. Surveillance in our communities is not just about safety. It's about eroding the privacy rights of individuals who are already unjustly targeted and profiled by law enforcement. Black and brown communities and immigrants, regardless of immigration status, are among the most vulnerable to surveillance, like persistent surveillance systems. The state is watching all of us, but it's not watching us equally. If Board Bill 200 is passed, we know that Black and brown communities are more likely to be targeted, just as they were when the program launched in Baltimore. This mass surveillance system, developed by military to wage war in Iraq, would put our entire city under the eyes of our government and a private company without any regulations. Currently, there are no regulations in place to keep federal agencies from gaining access to this information. We must not allow ICE agents to use this data to put our immigrant neighbors in President Trump's concentration camps. Across the country, we've seen protesters surveilled, social media scraped, faulty arrests based on technological mistakes that disproportionately targets Black and brown people. PSS is not just aerial surveillance or pixels, as you've heard. When used in conjunction with the Real-Time Crime Center, PSS can determine the identities of anyone they are tracking. We aren't free to assemble with the fear of distribution. Thank you. We aren't free when some of us find our actions and speech under scrutiny at every turn. I urge you to vote no on Board Bill 200 to protect our city's right to privacy, and in turn, ensure the passage of Board Bill 95. Board Bill 95 makes a lasting commitment to transparency that keeps pace with technological advances. It acknowledges our city's legacy of racial inequality and promises study, analysis, and change rather than amplification of notoriously inequitable practices. Thank you.
Mahir Wara. Mahir Wara.
If she doesn't, we can always come back. We got one other one we need to come back to.
Annie Shields.
Hello. Can you see me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. So I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to speak today. My name is Annie Shields. I live in St. Louis Hills and I'm a resident of Ward 16. And I'm here today to express my serious concerns about Board Bill 200. I grew up in the city of St. Louis, and after attending college at UMSL, I moved away to Los Angeles and then to New York City, where I lived for 9 years. When the pandemic hit, I decided to return home to St. Louis to be closer to my family. And when I got back and learned about this bill, I was frankly shocked, especially when I read the details of the plan. I would love to be able to stay in St. Louis and buy a home, settle down in the town that I grew up in, but I cannot imagine raising a family in a city that makes its citizens the subject of massive surveillance experiment funded by a billionaire who is completely unaccountable to the people of St. Louis. If this system was the solution to crime that its proponents say it is, other cities would be eager to adopt it. They aren't eager to adopt it because surveillance like this is completely antithetical to our values and our way of life. And there is also insufficient evidence that it will actually reduce crime. Having left and come back, I know that St. Louis has enough challenges attracting new residents and sustaining a tax base. I recognize that violent crime is one of those major challenges, and I agree that we must continue to work to address this kind of the crime we face in our city. But other cities have managed to lower their crime rates without this kind of invasive surveillance. There are other ways to reduce crime besides putting spy planes above the city. We need to focus on the root causes of social problems that we face, which so many have already articulately explained, largely poverty, and not install a dystopian Big Brother style surveillance apparatus in the sky, because nobody wants to live in a city or work in a city that spies on them. So I really urge you all to oppose this bill and yield the rest of my time.
Bill Carmody.
Here. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Phil Carmody, and I live in the 16th Ward. I think we all know that a plan similar to this one was tried in Baltimore last year. Board Bill 200 even refers to it, saying 76% of Baltimore respondents to an October 2019 scientific poll expressed support for the program, unquote. If you look up the Baltimore Sun article about it, though, you'll see that Kevin Rector wrote, and again I'm quoting, the questions used highlighted aspects of the program that are cited by its supporters, and they left out the fears of some citizens and civil liberties advocates who say the proposed program would violate the privacy of all Baltimore residents. Does that sound like scientific polling to you? Me either. Rector wrote further. Still, and that's the minister who commissioned the poll, said the poll findings reflect much of what he has been hearing. People are desperate for answers. People are desperate for answers. And desperate people sometimes do desperate things. The problem I see it is this. We're never going to get our answers because we're not even allowed to ask the real question, which is, what about all those guns that are absolutely everywhere? And yes, I know where I am, and I know a sacred cow when I hear about people being killed and maimed by them every day. USA, topic out of reach. But that does not mean that it's a good idea to trot out a straw man panopticon in place of the truth.
1 minute.
Accepting PSS's solution would be like finding a person dying of thirst and offering them potato chips. So if we lack the courage to tackle the core issue, at least let's not throw good money after bad. Like Grandma always said, 2 wrongs don't make a right. Thank you.
Mina Oria.
Hi, can folks hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Hi, my name is Mina Aria, and I'm a resident of the 7th Ward. I'm testifying in opposition of Board Bill 200 because I'm extremely concerned at the increased police violence the PSS technology will bring to St. Louis. St. Louis residents are not only facing the coronavirus pandemic, but also a pandemic of police violence. Dr. McNutt's goal of removing repeat offenders before their first crime will give even more freedom to police to profile and take the lives of people who look like criminals. That in itself is a crime. It is illegal to kill or incarcerate someone for simply looking like a criminal. And let's be real, we all know that criminal in this city means being Black or brown. My strong opposition to this bill comes not only from my experience as a St. Louis resident, but also that I am Muslim and my family is from the Middle East. The surveillance plane system was initially developed for use during the Iraq War. We all know how that turned out. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqi citizens were killed or displaced as a result of the US invasion and the military equipment they brought with them. The same equipment that is being proposed for use in our city. PSS is complicit in the past and ongoing death and destruction imposed on the Iraqi people. In St. Louis, we know all too well who the surveillance planes are designed to spy on: Black and brown residents, Muslim residents going to and from mosques for private prayers, for Friday prayers, people deemed a threat literally because of the color of their skin. This technology is just one more racist tool to profile Black and brown residents that are doing what little they can to survive in the city without adequate social resources and services. Why are we giving more resources to police when our residents are facing eviction and houselessness, food insecurity, and inadequate healthcare and public education? We should not be focused on removing people, as Dr. McNutt hopes to do, but to invest in our residents' ability to live.
1 minute.
Thank you. To live safe and healthy lives free from police violence. I urge members of the committee to oppose Board Bill 200. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. I yield back the rest of my time.
Christine Hoffman.
Hello, my name is Kristen Hoffman. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Great. I'm a resident of the 14th Ward, and I appreciate your time today. I would like to go on record opposing Board Bill 200. First, I would like to comment on the mention that there's increased homicides in 2020. This was not specific to St. Louis. This was a nationwide issue. Across the entire country, homicides increased by 35% in 2020. So I'm going to argue that this was not, this is probably a temporary issue related to the pandemic. Ms. Davies, who's a sociologist who studies the dynamics of violent crime, said it's a kind of normalness that gives way to nothing matters. The murder increase is similar to spikes in suicide when we've had economic depressions, but nothing like this has ever happened. And the unique dynamic gives researchers hope that 2020 is a statistical anomaly. And then Mr. Rosenfeld from the University of Missouri said the strategy to reduce violence is first and foremost to subdue the pandemic. The second is to redouble smart policing activity. And the third is to take the essence of police reform seriously, because if police aren't able to repair their relationship with communities in the cities that have experienced this uptick, I don't think any crime reductions that might occur from more policing are going to last long. So again, we do need to address the root of our crimes. Second, I would like to point out that this type of technology is exactly what China uses to control its citizens. And I, for one, am not ready to jump on a bandwagon to live in a China state. It's referred to as a means of social control with threats to democracies worldwide. And this has been all over the media for years. And as a city resident, I'm not willing to do this at any
1 minute.
I would like to ask that you all vote no on this bill as it stands today, and I yield back the rest of my time.
Emilia Hinckley.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Emilia Hinckley and I'm a resident of the 15th Ward. And I'd like to start by zooming out a little bit. Anyone who has been paying attention for the last 20 years knows how much government surveillance has increased in the post 9/11 era in the name of public safety. And if you have also been paying attention, you would know how consistently the American people have been lied to in terms of how, when, and why they have been surveilled. It has backfired spectacularly every time at every step of the way. And so it is quite frankly baffling to me that anyone would think it is a good idea to do more of a thing that has been proven so inadequate and that is so universally reviled. I also find it absurd, as many people have pointed out, that anyone would want to move forward with this company when in the past month alone, multiple reports have come out about how terrible this program has been in Baltimore. Even the police there themselves have been threatening to cancel their contracts due to leaks and misuse from the company. So I find it offensive that our elected officials would want to put us in business with a company that so clearly cannot be trusted. And lastly, I am once again astounded by the hoops that this committee will jump through to do everything possible to not do the basic work of taking care of our people, which will actually make us safer. We cannot trust our police, who routinely maim, abuse, and murder our citizens, primarily our Black citizens, with the military-grade tools that they already have. We cannot trust elected officials, such as our mayor, who, when citizens use their First Amendment rights, leaked the information, the addresses of private citizens in a public forum.
So the police and our elected officials have routinely broken our trust, have routinely showed us how little they care for our actual safety, and yet they are asking for us to give them more. They are asking for us to trust them with even more technology and more weapons that they can use against us. And it's also insane to me how out of touch some of our alders are, that after a summer that we just had, where residents were screaming in mass that these are not the solutions we want, that these are not in fact solutions at all, that they think that this will make us feel safer. Clearly, our elected officials are not listening to us when we scream, when we write, when
1 minute.
to talk to them directly. So I'm here to say very clearly, as so many other people have said, and as Alderman Cara pointed out himself, in such an unbalanced way, there's so much more opposition than support. We do not need robots to watch us. We need you to house our people. We need you to feed our people. We need you to educate our people, and we need you to invest in our people. And if you cannot do so, we will elect people who can. This is a disgusting bill, and I am ashamed by our alders who spend their time doing this disgusting work. Thank you.
Kalia Edwards.
Yes, hello, can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Kalia Edwards, and I recently just moved to Ward 7, but I've spent most of my life in Wards 26, along with the 13th Ward as well. And as someone who has lost many friends and many family members to homicide and violent crime, I am completely opposed to Board Bill 200. This is just not the way, and this is not what we want. In December of 2014, this really hit hard for me when my brother-in-law was shot just 3 blocks away from my home. This was only a month after he and my sister had their 3rd child. And still to this day, no one has been charged. But that doesn't mean that we don't know who did it, because we've always known. We never needed a plane to tell us who killed him. But we also know that it's more important to stop the killings than it is to put people in prison. So what we need is to focus our efforts on programs that actually stop the killings, instead of this unproven program that did not work in Baltimore, that will not work in St. Louis. This does not make our community safer. And in fact, these experiments are dehumanizing. And our community knows good and well what it's like to be experimented on for years. In the 1950s and 60s, the same army that built these planes conducted an experiment on St. Louis by spraying radioactive particles into the air. We didn't know about this for more than 50 years. My family at the time of this experiment lived in Pruitt-Igoe. We know what these experiments are like. People come in from out of town and they try to reduce our lives to data points so they can make a profit. This company is capitalizing off of our dehumanization, and it's selling this info to insurance companies. And so I'm here to say that we are tired. Victims of violent crime do not want this. And we know that this is not justice. This is not the way. And so I'm encouraging you all to vote in opposition to Board Bill 200, because again, this is not what makes community safe. This is not what victims of violent crime need or want. And in fact, we are scared. I yield my time.
Andrew Jensen.
Yes, thank you. My name is Andrew Jensen. I'm a resident of St. Louis County, but I work in the city. And as such, I have, no voice in the determination via electing any of you, what laws are going to apply to me and whether I'll be under surveillance from these planes. So I'm here today to take the only opportunity I have to speak on the subject. The word panopticon was originally coined by Jeremy Bentham, a philosopher, in reference to a perfect prison, which prevented any of the prisoners from doing any further wrongs by constantly watching them. And it was not the act of watching them, which he believed would keep them in line, but the fear of being watched, which would cause them to change their behavior. Now, Benjamin Franklin said, "It is better for 100 guilty men to escape than for one innocent person to suffer." But this proposed program is going to put hundreds of thousands of people under constant surveillance in order to catch the occasional criminal. That's antithetical to the foundational philosophies of our country. Okay. This technology was developed for use in warfare. Okay. And to use it on citizens is the very definition of fascism. I urge you to vote against this bill and against any future bills which achieve the same goal. Regardless of its effectiveness, regardless of its cost, it's antithetical to the philosophy of our country. I yield the rest of my time.
Kaylin Young.
Greetings, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. My name is Kaylin Young. I'm an attorney from the city of Baltimore. Currently work as public policy director at the ACLU of Maryland. But today I won't be speaking in that capacity. I'm speaking in my individual capacity as the former legislative director for former city council president and current mayor, Brandon M. Scott. I just want to also say that I do not speak for the city of Baltimore or for the mayor, but really just again, speaking to my experiences working in that office and evaluating this program for the city of Baltimore and how we made decisions so that way you all can have that information. First and foremost, as you know, Mayor Scott did ground this plane upon becoming mayor at the beginning of the month in December. Actually, I think the previous mayor had actually put it down, but at the behest of the incoming mayor. One of the reasons that as we were looking at it, we felt that it wasn't necessarily the best thing for the city of Baltimore. First and foremost, had to do with our current state of CCTV cameras and LPRs. What we noted was that the $3 million that the Arnolds had submitted for this plane would have taken care of 40 CCTVs and 60 mobile LPRs per year. And we felt that that was a better would be a better use of that money for the city of Baltimore in a city where 10% of our CCTV cameras are currently not working. So we wanted to make sure that those things are in place first. We also passed a bill, which I like to colloquially call the ring camera bill, which is a bill that subsidizes individual homeowners and anyone who has access, and business owners who have a view of the right of way. They can get a discount and a subsidy for a ring camera if they register that with the police and voluntarily provide, but not mandatory, provide footage if there was a crime to take place. Of note, two situations in Baltimore occurred where those ring cameras were able to be helpful. First was when we had a home explosion, and secondly, when we had an officer shot. And so we felt that that decentralized use of the technology, which allows the citizens to keep the technology and keep the footage and then provide it to the police at their discretion,
1 minute.
we felt was a better use of the investment. Also, when it comes to crime, you know, when we evaluated it, we were concerned about solvability of crime, the difference between day and night crimes. We know that day crimes can, you know, are a little bit better and easier to solve than night crimes. Also, the limitations of the technology. Additionally, what we saw, I think we saw in one of the slides that crime went down 3% in Baltimore, rather murders went down 3% in Baltimore. I just want to make sure you know that last year in Baltimore, we had a record year. It was the second highest murders in Baltimore. So we were bound to come down, and it was still, in fact, the 5th most murders in the history of Baltimore. I want to just really quickly just say also that we have a fentanyl and illegal gun problem here in Baltimore that really drives a lot of our crime. And we understand that we have to deal with that drug addiction issue that's killing 1,000 of our residents a year. That's driving the crime. And we have a flow of guns. We don't build guns in Baltimore. We don't sell guns in Baltimore. You cannot even sell a gun in Baltimore legally, but yet we are awash with illegal guns. And so we understand that we have to deal with that supply chain from a business model standpoint to really deal with our some of our crime situations. Of course, a lot of what you heard already, I don't want to regurgitate, but the root causes is also where we want to focus. Thank you for your time, people of St. Louis, for allowing me to speak.
Damian Johnson.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, it seems to me that this is a high-tech neighborhood watch.
Point of order.
Can you?
Mr. Chairman.
Please state your point of order. I'm sorry.
Could the speaker identify the organization he's representing or the ward that he lives in?
I'm sorry. My name is Damian Johnson. I'm an individual of the 20th Ward. Yes, and what I hear from the previous speakers is this is a high-tech neighborhood watch. Again, I would like to learn more about this program as well as the company in general. And I will also understand, considering like I do have cameras, just like the previous speaker. We do have cameras all around, and I'm willing to share my footage with the police if there's a crime that I caught on my camera. I just don't understand why there need to be a board bill on this issue unless there's a FAA requirement. And that's all I have to say right now. I yield my time.
Philip Weeks.
He just sent me a email. Let's see if he responded back. He just said he had something come up, so he couldn't stay. He had a conflict. I did offer to state what he wanted, but he hasn't replied back yet. So I don't know. I don't know where he was at, but anyway, he did say he couldn't. He had a conflict, so he's just not here at the minute.
The next person is Mahir Bora. Mahir Bora. Mr. Chairman, that's all the names that I have, but I do have some written statements. You can let me know if you want me to read those.
Well, and Mira, it's VOHRA.
I called.
We called her, but she didn't reply.
Yes, right. I just called her name again.
Okay, good. Okay, so she must have had to step out. Yeah, I believe, what is there, 4 written statements?
Yes.
And you're certainly welcome to, and then let me see, people are, what about Dan SEYMAN Zeman? Is he on this call? He texted asking he wanted to speak. He said, I wanted to speak. Can I speak? Well, is he on this Zoom meeting? If you're on here, you could speak, but if you're not, and I believe there's rules on how you get in on these. It says I am on. So go ahead and you text there. He is on. So I guess go ahead and speak. Take your 3 minutes, please, and go ahead and speak now if you would.
Hello, Alderman Vaccaro. Can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Dan Simon from the 23rd Ward, and I am speaking today in opposition to the bill. As a retired Army medic, I have spent time in combat zones, and at one point in my life I took an oath to support and defend the U.S. Constitution to all enemies, foreign and domestic. I also know that Dr. McNutt has taken this oath at least once in his life, because he came from the Air Force Academy. I did want to thank him for his service to helping cut down on the deaths from IEDs in Iraq by using this tool of the military to help save lives in that situation. When you do join the military, you do say, I am willing to give up my constitutional rights and I'm willing to write you, the United States of America, a blank check to serve my country. What people in St. Louis, they didn't sign up for that. And what we have in St. Louis, we do fall under the United States Constitution. And we also know that we need to protect our rights, and we need to have discussion about those rights, and we need to revisit all of any issues that we have with our constitutional rights, the rights that are guaranteed in our Constitution. And I think it's great that Alderman Oldenburg finally had a meeting within his ward. I know we haven't had any within our ward. I think it would be great if we did to hash out these issues. But something else I learned in the Army is it was instilled in me to look at really hard in the Army was integrity. And the lack of the integrity from persistent surveillance systems makes this entire deal a non-starter. It is a deal breaker. They have not been forthright with the city of Baltimore, with the city of Dayton, with any of these other places. And when we look at how the government works, we always want to say, let's not reinvent the wheel. Okay. And I know that our board has had issues with trying to create the wheel, with trying to privatize our airport. We don't need to be the first city to do this. There are serious implications of doing this. We need to look at the other cities that have done this and find out what happened. We need to look at all of that. This is wrong. This is the wrong time for this. This is the wrong tool. We don't need the military in our city. And I will yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, if you want to go ahead and read the four letters, that would be fine. And then I think we'll start going across to the board members first, and then the other aldermen that are, here that want to talk or speak or maybe ask questions or. So yeah, go ahead if you would, please, Madam Clerk.
Alderman, I am against Board Bill 200. The press release read on the news said it was to be used in pursuits following violent crimes. How do they know in advance where the crimes are violent? It's more likely that it will be used to profit whomever can get their hands on the data. And what is the data? Who gets it? Who keeps it? Why? And who can trade it? With whom? Can they sell it? What safeguards for privacy are in place? What can the citizens of St. Louis expect from the money? It seems like a financial black hole. Like when a guy in a midlife crisis buys a boat. Sure, he only is going to use it 4 times a year. He also has to buy a trailer, a vehicle to pull it, and a slot at the marine. Insurance, fuel, supplies. But want those 4 days vehicle to pull it all. A slot in the marine. I'm sorry, of booze, soap, sunshine, and fishing be fun. That's irresponsible fiscally and socially. If they already know where the violent crimes are, then let's put resources into preventing them. Is worth millions. Let's invest the money in people of St. Louis. You know that the people of St. Louis will invest in it caring for each other. I've never helped a worse off person in this city who didn't turn around and share the cash they just got with someone they knew who was even worse off. This surveillance scene is just a money grab and some ridiculous ego trip for someone. Who anyway? Like my friend Gregory would say, hail to the gnaw, just no. Thanks. Cat Logan Smith, Fox Park.
Yeah, don't give, we don't need to do addresses, so that'll work. Okay.
Chairman Vaccaro and members of the Public Safety Committee. The testimony is in opposition of Board Bill 200 regarding a contract between the City of St. Louis and Persistent Surveillance Systems. My name is Dorothy Rowe Collins. I live in the 8th Ward. I'm a certified Missouri educator in math, science, and doctoral student in the education policy program and school board member. I have thoroughly read Board Bill 200 and its associate contract and attachments. I have listened to both the October 2019 Public Safety Meeting and the recent St. Louis Hill Neighborhood Association meeting where Board Bill 200 was discussed. There are many aspects of aerial surveillance that I find deeply disturbing, but today I like to focus on the lack of data regarding the efficacy of PSS and CPS, the financial backing for the program by John and Laura Arnold Adventures, and Dr. McNutt's suggestions that PSS and CPS will work through schools to target high school students to alert them to spy planes in an effort to deter crimes. While PSS CPS aerial surveillances has been tried in other cities, the programs have not been studied over a long enough period of time to determine they are truly effective. The studies of the data cited by Alderman Oldenburg were financially backed by Arnold Ventures, the same grant-making firm that seeks to pay for the program's implementation in St. Louis. So even if the Board of Aldermen were to wait for the release of these studies to approve this contract, there will be no guarantee the reports and data could truly be considered independent. In addition, these same funders are financially supporting education reform movements and charter schools expansion in St. Louis through the Opportunity Trust. To allow a single entity to use wealth to exercise great influence over both our education and policing systems should make you question Arnold's true motives and if we should really give so much power to a billionaire who doesn't even live here. In October 2019 public safety meeting, Dr. McNutt suggested that they brief every high school student about PSS CPS program as a way to deter juvenile involvement in crime. While I appreciate the company's efforts in transparency, targeting high school students in schools with messages about surveillances to scare them into obeying the law is not based in educational theory or psychology. In actuality, this may have the opposite effect by creating a culture of distrust with the government and police because of their ever-present surveillance. Best practice would require a private company who wish to go into schools and delivering programs to students to have a formalized memorandum of understanding to ensure the content was delivered in an age-appropriate, educationally sound way and that the students' rights to privacy were protected. I was alarmed to hear Alderman suggest that this campaign be expanded to include middle and even elementary schools. Elementary school students, instead of questioning Dr. McNutt's belief, this was an appropriate practice. Instead of scaring children into obeying the law, we would achieve much better outcomes by addressing the root causes of violence and crime like poverty, housing instability, food insecurity, and the lack of access to quality education opportunities, health, food, medical care, and employment. Dr. McNutt and John Arnold seek to spend several $1 million over the next few years here in St. Louis, but instead of using that money to improve lives, they seek to gather data on the residents of St. Louis and to use it to advance their own private companies. I urge you to vote no on Board Bill 200. I apologize for missing the deadline. Thank you. Here's my written comments. I oppose Board Bill 200. This is a wartime surveillance technology that is being deployed on a United States city to target civilians. It represents a continued militarization of policing, which St. Louis has struggled for years. This will impact freedom of speech, religion, civil rights, and liberties. The information these planes passively gather can easily be used to persecute minorities, much like the failed NYPD surveillance of Moscow in 2002. That project violated religious liberty and returned nothing of value, not a single lead for NYPD, just discrimination. The easier way we make it, the more discrimination through surveillance will happen. Board Bill 95 must be passed through the Board of Aldermen to increase oversight of these surveillance tools. I hope this is appropriate format. Thank you. Giddy Carey Avery, Manchester, Missouri. And we have one more. This is a quick follow-up to our brief discussion on Board Bill 200. I have taken the position of concern on this bill as it stands. My concerns are as follows. Its geographical limitation to only a few neighborhoods. We will be the first city to fully implement such a program in the light of Baltimore ending their affiliation with the proposed program. These Brady and Discover concerns that arose during the Baltimore program. There are privacy issues that arose during the Baltimore program. Their data sharing was an issue and a problem that arose during the Baltimore program. This program is not a prevention type program and it would be premature to implement in the city of St. Louis. This program chooses unimproved technology over investment in people and programs that have not proven to be effective in terms of building trust in community. This program has the potential of chilling the free movement and rights given to all people in the city of St. Louis without a vigorous and inclusive discussion with the communities that will be impacted. In all, any action on Board Bill 200 will be premature at this point. Thank you, Kimberly Gardner.
Thank you. Now, Alderwoman Rice sent me Scott Campus. Scott, you're going to be our last guy as far as public. He said, she said he tried to sign in, but somehow was mixed up, but he's in there now. So Scott, if you want, go ahead. The clerk will time you out. Just go with the 3 minutes. Are you out there, Scott?
Mr. Chairman, he's in the attendees list. Oh, there we go. He's moved over.
Okay. So Scott.
Okay, it looks like I'm here.
Yep.
Yes, I speak today in opposition to Board Bill 200 on behalf of GRAM, the Grassroots Accountability Movement, and as a citizen of the 18th Ward who's moving to Ward 26. The company wants to know everything about us, but consistently works in shrouds of secrecy. For one, there's Compton in 2012 where they didn't tell elected officials or the public as they flew over, and LA Sheriff's Department said this was done to skirt public input and controversy. Then in Baltimore in 2016, they again operated in secret. There was a secret meeting with the mayor's office in September, October 2019 in St. Louis, where seemingly based on a whistleblower leak, a contract was tried to be rushed through then, and then the BOA meetings now, where this has been foisted upon us. There's evidence that suggests that operations in Mexico also skirted channels. Other contracts do not spy on every citizen and are not nearly as controversial, with significant and consistent evidence against efficacy for more than a decade. These spy planes have been rejected in every city, including twice in Baltimore and in the U.S. Air Force hometown of the company, Dayton, Ohio, home of Wright-Patterson Air Force Base. Even the police cannot trust this company, as BPD wanted to close the 2020 program early due to repeated leaks that violated the MOU. The planes were used for so-called nuisance crimes and not just the violent crimes initially claimed. They fly lower than promised, which leads to higher resolution and more sensitive privacy concerns, and they hold data indefinitely in contradiction to public promises. Reviews find that PSS misrepresented information even to the federal court. Ross McNutt has sought to sell data from these planes to private entities in the past and seemingly tells a crowd whatever he thinks it wants to hear. There is no reason to trust his promises. This is like persistent deceptive systems, as this company shows a decades-long pattern of violating the trust of elected officials, of citizens, the judiciary, and even their own police users. I reside in areas subject to high crime. I've witnessed shootings and I've twice treated gunshots.
1 minute.
Reduced, but I want something that works and which doesn't record everything I do outside by warrantless blanket surveillance, a kind of technology which is known to have disparate racial and class-based impacts, and which is consistently used against activists, even though at the onset it is invariably claimed that such technology will not be used for these purposes. Violent crime rates in Baltimore were also at historic highs as PSS flew over both times. BPD claims very few cases in 2016 or 2020 were solved or even substantially assisted by PSS, and that no murders were solved. This matches a 2012 evaluation by the LA County Sheriff's Department that the system would not enhance their capabilities, and they thusly removed it. We should not rush forward with persistently failed program, where the most recent evaluation report is not yet available in full. And I use the rest of my time.
Okay, we're gonna move on then. Vice Chairman Boyd, comments, questions?
First, before then, Mr. Chairman, with all due respect, we do have colleagues on here that may have some questions. So I'm going to reserve my comments or questions until later. I wasn't sure when you might give them an opportunity to speak, but if this opportunity is just for
do it after, but if you think we should do it before vote, I respect what you think, so.
No, it's not about that. It's just that I wanted to make sure that we want to close it out before they get a chance to speak. That's all.
Oh, no.
And I'd like to hear their opinions about what's being said before I make any comments.
So I'll do it that way then. Why don't I go through other people that I can see, Alderwoman Green, and I can see Alderwoman Rice that are not on the committee, but are on the video. That's all I see. So, okay, I see a couple more just popped in. Well, why don't we I'll just go down. Alderwoman Green, why don't you go ahead, and then we'll go to Alderman Rice, Alderwoman Rice. Then we'll go to Alderman Brett and Ryan, and then to Alderwoman Christie.
Mr. Chairman, I'm here without video. Dan Gunther.
Okay, Dan, we'll put you fifth. Okay. So let's start with Alderwoman Green.
Sure, thank you. I think, so I have a couple of questions for a couple of different people. So could I start with Alderman Oldenburg, and then I have, I think, a question for Sarah Baker, and then possibly Dr. Ross, or Dr. McNutt, sorry.
Sure.
Okay. So Alderman Oldenburg, the first thing I want to ask about is, so is your understanding, there's an emergency clause in this bill. And because of that emergency clause, it would go into effect right away before a next mayor were to be seated or were to be elected. And so my, they ran into issues with this in Baltimore, where the new mayor does not support it. So is there a reason that we're pushing for this before a new mayor gets in who might not be supportive of such a program? And does that tie their hands for the next 3 years?
Sure. No, Alderman, it's a good question, and I appreciate you asking it. We have to continue to govern as a legislative body, absent of who sits in room 200 or what political sound bites and campaigning we're going to hear. There's nothing there's no political maneuvering or motives associated with when I filed this bill. I filed this bill a while back. I actually started reaching out to city officials long before the current mayor even announced she was not going to seek re-election. So no, other than just we have to continue to govern, and we need to get something implemented right away to respond as a matter of sequencing to our problems. First, let's curb urban violence as a matter of sequencing, and absolutely in concert with that, find an availability and a way to shift resources to those root causes of crime. But those aren't active plans. So absent of whoever's going to be the mayor, it's our obligation to govern.
And so how was the decision made that, Baltimore did their pilot program as a 6-month program. And my understanding is that Rand Corporation is right now kind of reviewing their data, and we're expected to have that report sometime in the next couple of weeks from them. What was the decision-making process to say that this should be a 3-year contract versus 6 months or 1 year or a year and a half? If you could explain that for me.
Sure. I think it's from a collection of knowing that the pilot programs where the program's been before has not been a long enough test time or test runway, no pun intended here, obviously. 6 months is just simply not long enough. And in my conversations with robust conversations, quite frankly, they're still ongoing with the academic community of St. Louis, a 2, if not 3 year period is probably an appropriate way to measure the success of this program, controlling for other factors as they do through research methodology.
Okay, so is there, given that you don't think 6 months is long enough, is that the reason that we're pushing this before seeing what the RAND report actually says?
I'm agnostic to what the RAND report says, because I feel as long as and through the validation and research that we've done, the royal we, is that 6 months isn't simply long enough. I think you'll find the midway point that has revealed success of that program, but to control it properly, if we really want to study this accurately, and that's the lead blocker for me in this, is that we have independent evaluators and researchers. A 3-year period is really the true measure to do it. Otherwise, we're not getting a proper test time period with just 6 months.
Okay. And can you tell me why, was Chief Hayden and Director Edwards asked to come and testify today? And because I know in the past there was some consternation, because with Board Bill 95, the last time it went through public safety, there was not testimony from those folks, even though there had been on previous iterations of the bill. So I'm just curious about the thoughts of not having either one of those folks present before us today.
Yeah, sure, Alderman. That's a good question. And I think but it's a little inside baseball here, how this works sometimes. I will tell you, both the chief and the public safety director, I had two direct conversations with each of them before the drafting of this bill got started. And their concerns and their willingness to accept it are incorporated in the bill and in the contract and in its supplemental materials. To start with, the public safety director's biggest concerns were indemnification and a battle with ACLU. And he came to the realization that this is something I'm happy to administer, but we're not going to lead this effort from the public safety department. This is a conversation that belongs at the Board of Aldermen, the legislative body, who's accountable through the democratic process. Coincidentally enough, NYU School of Law and the Policing Project came to that very pointed conclusion as well, is that this conversation shouldn't start with a handful of closed-hole bureaucrats that are appointees of the mayor, but rather in a community format that is the elected body. And that's why we changed course. And there's been accusations that I'm not adhering to Resolution 24 as if that was some legal obligation of me as a precursor to Board Bill 200. We reversed courses by not talking to the Director of Technology, because I read the Policing Project report from NYU School of Law, which underscored start in the legislative body. So to get back to the point real quick, the chief, our public safety director's concerns were that wanting it to start in a legislative body and watch the discussion and be more of an administrator than a pusher of a particular policy. Number two, indemnifications. There is some sensitivity and a lot of accusations around the civil. I believe that, and many others of legal background believe that we are on firm legal ground here. But it's still a concern, and we've addressed that through the process and that section in the contract. And then lastly, he had a concern that was the same as the chief's, which was the PR and the communication control. We also expressly direct that in the contract to say that the police department and Mr. McNutt and his team need to get together and hammer out the precise protocol for how communication is going to happen. As we all know, local politics is what it is. So I can see why there's probably accusations from the Baltimore Police Department and statements made on the success of something. And I get that. Everyone wants to be defensive when they're saying their department isn't following through on something, and that it's a result of them and their duties. So I'm not getting into that, but I do agree that the communication control does need to be a policy and a procedure that's worked out. We've accounted for that in the contract. The chief's biggest concerns were that, right, what he gets to say as a chief in terms of an ongoing investigation. And also the chief's biggest concern was resources and manpower. He didn't want to put anybody else on his already strained team that would have to hire more people to adhere to this. The great thing about this is the analysts come with the community support program. So manpower, that was the chief's biggest concern, was manpower.
Okay. Couple of other questions here. Well, I am grateful that we are having this conversation and that those of us not on the committee are allowed to ask questions in public safety. I do have some concerns about the level of community engagement. I don't think that community stops at the Board of Aldermen. I know a lot of us in December do not have neighborhood meetings because of the holidays. And so the time that this contract became publicly available was after a time, and quite frankly, the time that we are now discussing this at the Board of Aldermen is before a time many of us have been able to have more robust conversations about the details of this contract with our constituents. And so my question is sort of why the rush? Can we, when we debated civilian oversight, for example, we had community meetings that were hosted on the north side and on the south side, and I think actually in central city as well. And while I recognize that, with COVID, we can't do in public meetings, but, having greater opportunities for the public to engage in this and really understand it before we move forward. So that's a long-winded way of asking, is there greater community engagement that we could do before we vote on this, and why would we not do that, especially since we're potentially subjecting our residents to this for 3 years?
Sure. Well, what I would say is I feel like the legislative process is the spark that begins that community engagement. 25 activists that speak on a Tuesday afternoon certainly isn't representative either. I'm sure you would agree. So there's not really an unbalanced. We had over a dozen victims lined up that we were going to have give testimony, but I decided I didn't want to do that. And quite frankly, a majority of those victims and their families said to me, we don't want to go through this again. All we want is justice. All we want is to find out who killed a member of our family. And no one's telling us anything. And if you have a technology that can help in that respect, we will. So that's the rush, because I've spoken to victims, Alderwoman, and it hurts. And this is a vulnerable moment, quite frankly, for me, because I also noted that a majority of the speakers come from areas of the city that are actually well protected by cameras, and we're not hearing from the victims and their family members, to which I have engaged with through Cedric and others. So I feel like there has been a good amount of community engagement on this.
Thank you for bringing up victims. I think, the thing that I hope that we can continue to center here is that, we do have a high crime problem. We do have a violent crime problem that is out of control. And I think that the place that we disagree, and that we heard from many of the folks today where we disagree, is the approach to addressing those violent crime issues. I guess, looking at the information that we do have out of Baltimore, and they're saying that the plane helped with 2 murders, one that resulted in an arrest.
Point of order, Mr. Chairman.
State your point of order, please.
Mr. Chairman, for the sake of consideration of people's time and what you stated were some rules at the beginning about 3 o'clock. I welcome debate and questions from our colleagues that are not part of the committee, but I think in all deference and fairness to all other colleagues who may want to speak, maybe we should consider limiting the time of our colleagues, because one person taking up 15 minutes and another person taking up 15 minutes, we could be here till 6 o'clock. And I'm only saying that based on what
I agree. We still have 2 more bills to hear. And
2 more questions.
And I would ask you keep it somewhat short, because if this passes, we don't know. We have not polled anybody, but if it passes, then you'll have all the time in the world, obviously, on the floor to ask all the questions and do all the statements that you want to do.
And entertain amendments. I'm willing to work with people, but I also want some good faith compromise. I just don't want.
So the opportunity behind this meeting is there for you. So in fairness to even to the committee, I would agree. Please go with your last two questions, but we're going to move on a little bit quicker if we could.
So what I'm going to do, I have one more question of Alderman Oldenburg, and then I'm going to ask a question of the ACLU, since I would not be permitted to ask them a question on the floor of the board. So my question for Alderman Oldenburg is, it would, even if information were to come from this, we would have to have a prosecutor who's willing to accept this type of data or this type of information. And it doesn't appear clear that our circuit attorney is on board with this program. Have you had conversations with her to address any concerns that she may have around using information that is attained from this system to prosecute cases?
I've not had any direct conversations with the circuit attorney. Quite frankly, that office would be reacting to the evidence brought forth by the police department. So if and I believe this program will be successful and the evidence is packaged appropriately, that there's a case, and if the circuit attorney's office believes that that because of the program or the evidence, that's her call. But I think it's worthwhile to put together a case that will bring justice to victims. I can't speak for how the circuit attorney may act or not act, other than what was the last letter I think read into testimony was the only thoughts from her that I've heard on the matter.
Okay, and then I have one last question for Sarah Baker from the ACLU, who thinks she is now back on attendee mode instead of.
Well, because she had spoken earlier.
Okay.
So, everybody had their time to speak and give their opinions. So to go back and ask questions seems unfair to even everyone else that was given that 3-minute opportunity, because we can go through every member and say, well, but I thought she stated her opposition and why pretty clearly.
Yeah, I had a clarifying question about the status of the litigation that is happening right now in Baltimore. But I will follow up with her and I will make that information publicly available once I get that.
Okay, she can state this, she can do it fairly quickly. If she wants to come on and state that where that's at, that's fine.
Okay, I think
it's a matter of public record. I mean,
yeah,
anyone who can read should be able to speak to it.
Okay. I don't want to hold folks up, and it seems like she's not in.
Okay, so we'll move on then, if she's not there, to Alderwoman Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee for allowing such robust public testimony today, as well as for allowing those of us who are not on the committee to ask questions and comment. I would, to Alderwoman Green's question, the court case in Baltimore is being reheard in bank based on the decision of the court that some of the underlying facts that the previous court decision was based on were not the full set of facts as presented. So that is something to keep in mind, that this is not settled law, that court case is ongoing. I emailed to the whole board. It's difficult in this type of a situation because I can't, hand you documents. We would normally have a bunch of handouts to be able to say, here are some really important documents that I hope that the committee would consider as we go forward. But those have been emailed to you. One is the amicus brief from the New York Policing Project, which is the accountability partner of the program in Baltimore. That is the civil rights and civil liberties accountability partner. And so that amicus brief is very important in the context of the rollout in Baltimore and how that 6-month trial worked. Further, one of the points that the sponsor of the bill has identified, and I agree with, is that any option for a new city to begin this program is that it begin through the legislative process. However, the New York Policing Project also stated that any future decision implementing AIR either in Baltimore or elsewhere should include concrete enforceable guardrails to protect civil rights and liberties. So democratic authorization for such programs should include specific, rigorous requirements to both protect civil rights and liberties and prevent abuse and blanket surveillance. That is one of their top 5 recommendations, and that so far has not appeared in this bill. And overarchingly, I think the question for me goes back to this body, this committee, back when Resolution 24 came forward. Alderman Boyd, particularly, you were emphatic that the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council be instrumental to this process. You asked for that amendment to be made through the process of Resolution 24 coming forward. And to my knowledge, they have not been engaged in developing this contract. And if this committee passes this bill out as is today, then we're talking about adding a whole new contract on before it comes to the board, or potentially having to come back to the committee to make amendments on these things. So committee is where these things should be hashed out. We shouldn't be hashing this stuff out on a full board meetings. That's not the most effective way to do that. So wondering, and I actually have the quote from Debbie Allen of the CJCC saying that this falls squarely into the type of agreement that needs to go through the CJCC to craft the agreement for coordination and cooperation for privacy, etc. So that's one of my biggest questions. And I would ask of the sponsor, if I could, has this contract been vetted by the people who will be signing it, and have they signed off that this is the final form of the contract that they would be signing?
They've certainly been made aware of this board bill and this contract. Nobody has reached out to me from the CJCC. I certainly would welcome their input and comments. I'm
CJCC for their input.
I'm fairly reachable, so they can reach out to me and could have long before this committee meeting too.
I understand, but did you reach out to them?
Did I reach out to anyone at the CJCC? No, I didn't.
Okay.
I started the process in the legislative form of our city, which frankly was a reaction to the policing project's recommendation. So now I'm open to have a discussion, and had been for about a month. So
I appreciate that, and I agree with Alderwoman Green that because it fell over the holidays, it was difficult to gather folks to have those types of conversations. And we do have a liaison from the Board of Aldermen on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council who could help facilitate that process. A couple of the other concerns I have are that the RAND report, so RAND was contracted in Baltimore also as a review of the efficacy of this program. That report has not been finalized. There is an interim report potentially coming in the next couple of weeks, but the finalized report, we've been told, won't be coming until February or March. So we don't know what the efficacy out of Baltimore was. We won't know if this bill moves forward today and moves on a regular 3-meeting schedule after this. We may not have those reports in hand before we vote on final passage for a 3-year contract for persistent surveillance. And I think it's a mistake to not take that data into account. If this program works as Mr. McNutt wants it to work, then that's something that our voters, that the folks that we are accountable to, that our constituents want to know as well. And I do have concerns with the contract that there are not sufficient ways for the city to end the contract should a new mayor come in and decide that this is not the direction that we want to go, as we are facing a mayoral election. To me, there is a significant difference between the government surveilling citizens for private or for city divisions to be surveilling their own citizens. So for taxing districts to purchase cameras, things like that, that is a difference to me than allowing a private company, a private for-profit company, to have access to our city data in order to surveil our citizens. I will remain very concerned about that. And have shared those concerns with some of our state representatives, as well as others in the region. There is also mentioned that this is a partner to cure violence. I don't believe that's the case. The cure violence methodology, their entire ethos is not that they are working hand in hand with the police. There's no monthly sort of exchange of data that comes from the police department to cure violence. They are building relationships on the street. They're building relationships of trust between people who are encountering violence, and they're trying to interrupt that. So I think it's a bit disingenuous to say that this works hand in hand with cure violence, because we have started cure violence, and we are trying to give it time to do the work that is necessary there. And I really want to thank Dorothy Rohde Collins, a member of the school board and educator, for her comments as far as how we teach our children to interact with the police, with police surveillance, and that we try to direct some of these resources into the community to prevent crime in the first place, not to scare our children into telling them that we already think that they are criminals or that they are capable of criminal behavior, but that we are outreaching to them and telling them that they are valued, that they are important members of our community and not just people to be surveilled. I think that is a very dangerous road to go down, and it hurts our city. It hurts people who are looking at coming to our city. It hurts our own ethos, and we have enough of that as it is. So until we see actual real statistics showing that this makes enough of a difference to change our civil liberties and the way that we go about our business in the city of St. Louis, I have to urge the members of the committee to at least table this for now, so that we can continue to have conversations with the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council, to bring in the police chief, the director of public safety, to have these continued conversations that were expressed in Resolution 24, because that has not happened. And the full board is not the proper place. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman Brett Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. If Alderman Oldenburg would yield just for a couple of questions. You're on. Oh, there we go. So first off, I just haven't spoken to you in a while. Hope you had a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, all of that.
Happy holidays to you, and Happy New Year to you too, Alderman.
So just a couple of questions here. So I reviewed the exhibits there, and was there a reasoning for not putting the 30-day termination period in, like most contracts that that the city negotiates, so that if we find 6 months, a year and a half in that there's overwhelming animosity or anything of that nature towards these planes in the air above our citizenry, that we couldn't kind of back out of this at that point if there was kind of a groundswell of people opposing this.
You know, Alderman, I'm pretty sure that there can be a termination of the city.
I thought that certain criteria needed to be met in the as far as something done wrong by PSS before. I didn't believe that the city could unilaterally terminate it, and I may be mistaken there, but I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, let me find the relative section, but I think there is at least in concept, there's a termination that comes pretty close to without cause. I would welcome any clarification that you want to potentially think about and shoot through.
Sure.
I would view that as a friendly amendment, Alderman, for clarification.
Perfect. And then, we've seen in other cities, and we've talked about it kind of extensively, and I don't want to get into the nuts and bolts of it, but that there's been a lot of litigation surrounding this program in other jurisdictions. Have you spoken to the city councilor's office about the costs of defending this in litigation, and whether they would ultimately be willing to defend this all the way up to, potentially the United States Supreme Court?
Have I talked to anybody in the other jurisdictions?
In our city councilor's office.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, I spoke to the public safety director. That was one of the important criteria that he had is not necessarily wanting to do that. Now the city will likely, if there is a suit, you can't stop someone from naming the city. Obviously, that's what litigators. That's how they make their bones, right? Sue everybody, Brett. But my guess would be the indemnification section addresses that in pretty specific terms, that the contractor would be representing the city in any aspects as it goes through the legal process.
So after speaking with the city councilor's office, your understanding is that no St. Louis tax dollars would go into the defense of this ordinance should it be passed by this board?
No, after speaking with the public safety director.
Excuse me.
Yeah, we incorporated his concern of that potential of legal representation, and we did that in the indemnification section, which I think is section 4.
Yeah, I believe I saw that in there. And then, so who ultimately negotiated this contract?
So I began writing the framework for it based on the MOUs from that were provided to me by Ross McNutt and the Community Support Program folks. They engaged downtown St. Louis firm and lobbyists to also help with that drafting effort. So between the contractor, the lobbyist attorney, and myself, we came up with this based on, again, the MOU as a starting point from Baltimore. Talked with the police chief and with the public safety director and made sure that their comments and/or live reactions were incorporated in it.
And then what's your experience in negotiating these kind of big dollar contracts?
Well, I guess it would depend on the contract itself, but a couple $100 million a year in contracts kind of cross my dashboard, everything from loan agreements to private equity agreements.
Are you negotiating those, or are those just coming by you? Like, are you starting from scratch on those?
Sure. Well, you always take them from forms, but yes, effectively, yeah. And then the facts and circumstances of the business arrangement, dictate how the form will get written. But absolutely, yeah. In terms of business terms, and in terms of both business terms in general for the city, yeah.
And so ultimately,
welcome comment from the city councilor's office, for sure. I mean, in fact, I know a lot of my colleagues have reached out to the city councilor asking if in any way they were brought in on this, and the answer honestly is not. But I talked to Mr. Garvin and told him, hey, feel free to provide me information. He and I had that conversation a handful of days before the holiday.
So ultimately, this was put together by the millionaire client and their lawyers, lobbyists.
Be careful. Let's be careful. The millionaire client. I think there's a lot of boogeyman syndrome going on here, that somehow Dr. Ross McNutt is a billionaire twirling his mustache and wanting to spy on everybody. That's
okay. Fair enough. I'll walk that back. So ultimately, this contract was put together by the folks who want to operate the planes over our city, lobbyists, and then you, but no lawyer on behalf of the city, just you.
That is correct. That is correct. But we know legislation gets packaged in its release in many different forms. I mean, the original Close the Workhouse bill came from big out of town money and was drafted by folks not in the city councilor's office. Board Bill 95, I'm sure that the ACLU had a big hand in drafting that, and it didn't get drafted by in fact, the city councilor's office. So, legislation comes in many different forms when it's getting introduced to the board.
Sure. And then
you are correct. The way you stated that those were the three parties that hammered out this initial agreement.
And then ultimately, is there any, I guess I'm failing to see, and I would genuinely like to understand why there's kind of a rush to do this before the data is finalized and before the ongoing litigation is finalized, so that we can't look at, the full data set and then knowing that we're not going to get ourselves into kind of a pickle in the courts. And I just can't figure out from reading it why we would kind of rush into this now rather than wait for the dust to settle.
Sure. I mean, Alderman, it's a fair question, and my answer isn't much different than when Alderwoman Green asked it, which is that I don't believe that this is being rushed. I'm following the NYU Law School's recommendation to begin this conversation and to follow the legislative process. So I kind of don't feel like I am rushing it. And my answer is also the same regarding the data from the RAND Corporation. Yes, data is important, and we should make data-driven decisions, but we only have 3-month data that we're evaluating now from them. And we know through research methodology that the 6 months isn't even enough. So my point is, I don't want to sit around and twiddle my thumbs and wait for the data and the report to come in. My guess is, I don't know when it will. So also getting back to an earlier point is that I just think we have to continue to govern here.
Totally understood. That's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Alderman.
Was that it? Okay. Then let's see, was Alderwoman Ingracias here next, and then Alderman Gunther. So Alderwoman Ingracias.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the time. I just wanted to clear something up really quickly. I've been admonished multiple times on the floor for not asking questions in committee, even when I'm not on the committee. And then it's troubling to also hear colleagues of mine get admonished for taking up too much time in committee for asking questions. These are
do you have
extremely important issues.
pertaining to this, or is this some sort of well, you're not happy with how I'm handling this? I've been more than fair with everybody,
very clearly,
including this.
Oldenburg, I've got just a couple of quick questions for
You
you.
have questions for Officer Oldenburg? We'll entertain it. Otherwise, we're moving on.
Alderman Oldenburg, could you provide me with the information that you've been working on academic organizations within St. Louis that have indicated 3 years is the best amount of time to get good data back on a program like this?
Yes, certainly.
Okay, I appreciate that. And then the RAND study.
I will provide you the conversation and the information. Yeah.
Okay, I appreciate that. The RAND study has been brought up multiple times. Can you let us know who is paying for that study to be undertaken?
I want to be very careful here. The funders, I believe the funders, and Chairman, if you'll allow Dr. Ross McNutt to clarify if I'm speaking inaccurate, but the funders of the third-party research evaluators in Baltimore were funded by the same folks, Arnold Ventures, who funded the contract. So they as well as the community support program, and Dr. McNutt wanted transparency, and is also probably the most important aspect of this is to have that verifiable data on the implementation of the program in that specific city.
Okay.
It was the same funder who funded the contract, Arnold Ventures, who by the way, Dr. Ross McNutt is approaching for this funder, but there's been no agreement for that. So again, I want to make sure that people don't feel as if there's this billionaire scheme that's being hatched in the background here.
Okay, I appreciate that. You have indicated that there's no cost to the city in this on this project. The conversations I've had with members of the police department and public safety seem to go against that thought process in terms of capacity of the police department to work with the analyst at PSS. And so I'm just curious why there's no financial note attached to this. It's obviously going to take up someone's time or require some additional staff to be hired.
I'm not entirely sure that's true, and maybe I'll show you my information if you show me yours, so maybe you can provide me with those discussions that you had with the police department as well, because my conversations with high command and the police department are the exact opposite, in the sense that if a homicide happens, somebody's working it. This is a reaction to that, to help solve and aids in that. In fact, the officer or detective would have to reach out to PSS and give a sworn statement to say, hey, we want you to help us. Can you begin to compile evidentiary information on this? So I'm not sure how there's more hours are created in the day if a homicide detective's already actively working on a case that happened.
Okay, yeah, I'll definitely share information with you. And I think it's one of the reasons why it's incredibly important when there is an opportunity for he said, she said conversations or just even misunderstanding. If it would be great to have either the police chief or the director of public safety or both able to testify.
I agree with you, Alderman. Once again, you've hit the nail on the head.
Yeah, so I would hope that because there are so many important questions coming up that we're not able to have answered today, that you would consider holding on asking for a vote for this bill, so we have time to get some of those answered. And then also wanted to just talk about the procurement process. Persistent surveillance systems is not a sole source vendor, and so I'm just curious how you determine that we're doing everything that we need to in terms of following local, state, and federal laws concerning, an RFP or procurement process.
Sure. No, it's a fair question. I would point you to section 3.97 of the city charter. Given that this is a no dollar contract, it's much akin to receiving that of a grant that actually this committee just acted on earlier with a piece of legislation.
Okay, I will definitely take a look at that. And then I guess my last question is more of a comment. I was really hoping that the resolution that you passed in July would be followed. You made comments at the hearing on that you thought it was important to educate people every step of the way, that protection of privacy and data management was of the utmost importance. You were going to continue to work with Alderwoman Rice on Board Bill 95 for oversight of surveillance, and also I sit in on the Criminal Justice Coordinating Council meetings, and these are the exact type of programs and projects that should be vetted by them. That's why it was created. And so again, I just hope that you can pause today and let us do some more, a deeper dive into this before we move forward at the full board, when we don't have the ability to hear testimony from any other folks aside from just elected officials. Thanks for your time, Mr. Chairman and Alderman Oldenburg. I'm finished.
And I am going to address that I have been more than fair, have not stopped any of the alders, have not on this committee from speaking like you've done in the past when John Muhammad tried to ask a question and you simply said, the meeting's over, and ended it. So don't accuse me of stuff and just, I can go on, but I'm going to move on. It was Alderman Gunther, you're up next. And then Alderwoman Navarro, if you wanted to speak, then you would be.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for moving on. And thank you, Mr. Chairman and Alderman Oldenburg, for giving us an opportunity here to ask a couple questions. A lot of the questions that I also had have been asked by my colleagues, considering the fact that the resolution 24 did ask for some coordination between the CJC, our chief, our public safety director, the mayor. So I'm not going to reiterate those points, but I also believe that this is something that needs more than this hearing to be able to get some of the answers that we need. until we got on the floor. So to be able to just ask a question, because this is something that was brought up, we had I guess I'll publicly thank all of our citizens of St. Louis that came on today through this meeting and were able to ask or make their statements and make their points, of which I believe that there were quite a few that have very pertinent points to the discussion as to whether or not this is something that we want to move forward with. So one of the things that was brought up was the sale of information, since Dr. McNutt would essentially be the sole owner of this surveillance information. So if I'm basically, I will say that I'm looking at an article from the Baltimore Sun. The headline of the article says, "As police weigh surveillance program, private company at helm looks to court private clients." So in this article, it says Ross McNutt, president of the PSS, said he is considering marketing his company's ability to collect aerial footage of the city to auto insurance companies to be able to help them determine which drivers are at fault. It further then goes down in the article to where it says that McNutt said his surveillance company already does $3 to $4 million in private business a year, regardless of whether the police commissioner Davis decided to adopt McNutt's technology on a permanent basis. The surveillance will continue. So I guess my question is, because when one of the speakers earlier brought up the point of selling our private information, I saw Dr. McNutt shaking his head no, like he's doing now. So my question is directly, is this still a practice that you are involved in? Is this still essentially how you will make your money off of this program by selling? So that's my question. I guess Alderman Oldenburg, you might be able to answer it, or if you would defer to Dr. McNutt, either one.
Sure. If Dr. McNutt would like to answer that, you've implicated him in some pretty serious accusations there. So I feel it's probably he needs to respond.
Well, it's a report in the Baltimore Sun. You could look it up.
Okay.
One, we do not sell any information. So we protect this information as if it's our own children. We very much take that information, use it for what it's allowed to be used for and only what it's allowed to use for. That's part of the commitment. We also have dramatic and very extensive oversight responsibilities and processes in place. We have organizations that provide that oversight. Every place our analyst has ever looked has been recorded. Every track we make is recorded. All of that is made available to the oversight organizations that look at it. We make a commitment both in the law and the contract that we will not use this data for anything other than that, other than supporting the prosecution or the defense attorneys and also the community oversight of law enforcement. And those are things that are written directly into the bill and also the contract, and we live by those. We do not share information outside of things. And we'd be happy to show that, discuss that, and correct the Baltimore Sun in many, many cases.
Okay. Well, since it was reported in the news and you're directly quoted in it, I just had to ask that question. And then that kind of leads to the other thing I was wondering is, reading a lot about this, it talks about. Alderman Boyd, you got something?
Mr. Chairman, out of respect for the committee and people who may be viewing this, if the Alderman from the 9th Ward would share his video, it would be helpful. If you're speaking, I think it's more than appropriate. We as colleagues should share our video if we're speaking.
Absolutely. I will send it over to Mr. Clerk, and it could be added to the files for the testimony. It's an article.
Video, your
We're
video.
talking about your video now, that every one of us have our picture up there while we're talking. He's asking,
Yeah, well,
why are you not yet?
I would love to share my video. However, after the first two crashes from when the meeting started, my video has not turned on. So if the STL TV can figure out how to fix my video, that'd be great.
Okay. Well, while we're waiting, go ahead and continue.
Please proceed.
All right. Thank you. So then, until they get this video fixed, the other thing that I was concerned about was the question about how it's been brought up that the PSS system is essentially just data points and that it's just pixels, that we actually have to integrate. It's integrated technology. So if our the CJCC, if our city councilors, if essentially everyone says that they are not, our public safety directors say that they do not want to hand over access to our LPRs and our cameras that are in the streets, is this technology simply does nothing? Would that be correct, Alderman Oldenburg?
I'm sorry, Dan, you were breaking up a little bit there. Can you repeat that?
So yeah, the question was the surveillance systems have to, they say they require the access to this integrated technology, which essentially they have to have access to our LPRs and our on the street cameras. So if our, say, our public safety director or some of these court decisions come back and say that those are not allowed, essentially this technology doesn't do anything for us, right?
No, that's not true. And the contract kind of speaks to that. It says the word may and not shall. It says that CSP may be granted access to the already ShotSpotter, our CAD system, and our real-time crime center problems. It certainly would make the work more efficient for Dr. McNutt and his team to be able to not control the cameras, but to have the data access to them, to see when a pixel goes through an intersection where we have either an LPR or a high def camera, that data integrates and a full and comprehensive report can be put to the detective, rather than saying, okay, we had a data here, we had a data point go through the intersection of X and Y, real-time crime center analyst and detective, here's what you need to look for. It still can be success and virtue in that sequence I gave, but certainly would be more efficient to put a comprehensive package, having the same access that the real-time crime center analyst would when looking for a suspect or a person of interest. So you were incorrect there.
All right. Okay. Those are my questions. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for allowing me to ask.
Alderwoman Navarra.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be brief. My colleagues have asked most of my questions, and I share a lot of their concerns. But one question that I would like to ask has to do with the logistics. Because I see that cameras can be an important tool in the toolbox, and I've seen how they can work in terms of enforcement, especially at the neighborhood level. And I'm thinking specifically in the Central West End, we've been successful, and that program, however, is neighborhood based. There are members of the community of the neighborhood who are commissioners, and they have regular meetings. They have a very specific policy about when the data is available and to whom. And the neighbors are involved regularly with the person who oversees that program, making decisions about, where cameras are deployed. And I think there's going to be a lot when you're doing surveillance of an entire city. These questions about, okay, is it going to fly on which days, and who makes the call about, is it too cloudy, or are we going to go below the clouds because of this incident or that incident? There are just so many decisions that need to be made. So, I don't see that sort of infrastructure that we have in place at the neighborhood level when these camera systems are deployed at the neighborhood level. How is that going to be managed on a day-to-day basis if this were rolled out for the, citywide?
Sure. Well, I mean, the contract stipulates pretty clearly and also allows for a little flexibility in how those order of operations get get carried out for sure. And it will all be of a public record. In fact, the first few lines around responsibilities of the contractor is, as well as a recommendation that was in place before the policing project made its determination. But the CSP did this anyway, was here's the protocol that the police and the operator agreed to around those exact questions you asked, Alderwoman. When are you going to fly? What days won't you fly? Who makes that determination? That will all be public and posted, online or wherever it needs to be in order for folks to understand that. So I grant you with it, there's a framework here. Again, this is not a final form contract. There's a framework here for those operating professionals, both the contractor and the police department, to come up with what that best order of operations would be.
So it would be the police department calling the shots then? Is that what you're saying?
In most cases, yeah. I mean, the service is being provided by the operator. So if the police department says we're not going to fly today for X, Y, or Z reasons, and the operator flew, they would be in violation of their contract.
So do you envision that there would be some sort of, is there like a task force that's going to be formed that would, work with, the pilot and make determinations about, we need to go focus on this area, or we're aware of this or that, who's that going to be? Who would that be?
The contract stipulates that there's a point of contact from both sides, and that those folks are in communication from what is the day-to-day of the police department and what they need from the contractor and or the operator. So that's spelled out in the contract.
Yeah, I've looked at it. I think there's still a lot of question marks here. I mean, fundamentally, and I'm happy to share more when this comes up at the board meeting, but I think in everything that we need to do to address violent crime, everything that we know about how we need to address violent crime, I don't think that aerial surveillance is going to address the issues of, what we've heard already today. And then this system, I have seen camera systems at the neighborhood level that have been strategic and targeted in terms of like public right of way. We know that these are hot spots, and so we're going to deploy a camera at that hot spot. And when you make it, citywide, I'm in my backyard. I think you're taking this to a whole nother level that we are not ready for, and I frankly, a lot of us don't want, and a lot of people are not going to want to live here if they are under constant surveillance. I mean, I understand that high homicide rate, it makes it really difficult to live in a place, but then to say, oh, we're addressing that because with aerial surveillance, doesn't necessarily make me feel any better. So, well, I guess the other question, and I apologize if I had to hop off for a little bit, so I apologize if this already been answered, but how did the name change to community support program come about? I was a little surprised to see we went from persistent aerial surveillance to community support program.
I'll answer that in the best way that I think. There's a family of companies. So there's persistent surveillance, and they do business as the community support program. And I don't know if you would like naming rights, Alderman, I'd be happy to entertain an amendment to that for sure.
Yeah, well, sure. I mean, I honestly find it a little misleading when I think about community support. So I thought that was interesting. I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
So now, having everybody outside the committee has spoken, let me go down the committee. Vice Chairman Boyd.
Mr. Chairman, which I want to pass at this time. Please come back to me at the end.
Okay. Alderwoman Howard.
I really feel as though most questions have been asked and answered. There are a lot of concerns that have been expressed here. And I think that, when we're talking about crime and people being protected, I think we need to pull out all the stops. I think when we funded the Cure Violence program, I think there was some trepidation about that. I don't know that it's reaped a whole lot of rewards at this point. Has it been fully implemented? I'm not sure, but I feel as though in the straits we're in, we need to take advantage of any and all opportunities that are put before us to solve the crime problem. You know, when you look at video surveillance, we're all surveilled everywhere we go. You know, you go into Walmart, you go into Schnucks, you go wherever you go, there is constant surveillance. It's on the street, it's everywhere. Do I feel uncomfortable with it? No, I'm usually not doing anything I need to be worried about. So I really think that, you know, saying that, and to me, this wouldn't be activated. And maybe this is a question I have for Dr. Ross or Mr. Alderman Oldenburg. Would this be activated? This would only be activated when needed. It wouldn't be a constant eye in the sky type of thing. Was that correct, or?
Sure, Alderwoman, the plane would fly the number of hours it does daily. The information wouldn't be relevant, and it wouldn't zone in onto a certain factor, or you wouldn't see a pixel until a crime occurs.
Okay. So in other words, it would, and then it would activate, say, the LPRs, the cameras we have about in the neighborhood, and try to tie in information. It would serve as another tool to tie these things together. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Alderwoman Tamika Hubbard. Anything, your mic's muted.
Oh, am I muted now? Okay.
You are.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. Wow, it's been a long 3 or 4 hours. I definitely am in support of this bill. I don't know, sometimes I kind of find it disheartening when we just, you know, comment so much and we crowd for some type of help in our communities. I mean, we're at a period of desperation. Just while being on this call, I had to step off the call. There were like 30 or 40 young Black females in the park across the street from my house with guns drawn, fighting it. And me and my son ran outside. We didn't know really what was going on, but through the grace of God, you know, we are still here for me to be able to get on this call. That's what we're dealing with in my community. You know, I know people have brought up different concerns. People were strategically placed on the call that say, hey, I live in the 5th Ward and I don't necessarily agree with this or that. Okay, well, me and my family have been in this community for 5 and 6 generations. We've seen the plight and devastation of our community, and we are willing to risk any and everything, even some of our freedoms, just to get some type of help. Because we deal with a lot. In this past week, me and my son have had to make mad dashes to the floor in my apartment and in my mother's apartment because there's rapid gunfire outside our windows. So those are the type of things we face in our community. If you just look at many of the speakers that were on who, you know, I find it very disheartening when they act as if we weren't elected by our constituents and we don't know what's in the best interest of our constituents. They get on these Zoom calls and act as if what they are saying is the gospel. The bulk of my constituents don't have the luxury of time or resources or money to be on a Zoom call. They're struggling, trying to take care of their families, and no organization is paying for them to sit on a call for 3 or 4 hours to give testimony and act like they know what's best for a community they're not even residing in. Someone brought up the notion about people don't want to have surveillance in their backyards. Well, in my community, we don't have backyards, okay? We live in impoverished communities. I represent one of the worst zip codes in the entire state. And so when you're dealing with a demographic of people who are in desperation mode to get something done, you need cameras, you need surveillance, you need jobs and opportunity, which many of my colleagues that are always in opposition to stuff, you know, they say we don't need more police, we need more jobs. Well, they both know against the jobs too. I believe that poverty breeds crime, but if you're both know on every aspect of everything that we're trying to do, then what do you do? So it's just a very trying time. You know, it blows me away when people get on these Zoom calls and they threaten you, okay, well, we're gonna run people against you if you vote this way or vote that way. Well, hey, I stand battle tested. I'm gonna always vote for what's in the best interest of my community. And if I'm in a mode of desperation and I have bodies dropping everywhere, every time I turn around, and my son has had to be raised in this environment, it's through the grace of God that he's still here. I'm going to do whatever I have to do and vote what's in the best interest of my community. And I'm going to support this bill. And I would ask all of my colleagues to support it. I feel that if there are any existing questions out there, I feel that we need to do our due diligence to make the public more comfortable with it. But I feel as a body, we need to get past this big boogeyman of people coming on these Zoom calls and acting as if we're not elected, and acting as if we don't know what's in the best interest of our constituents. You know, that we need to get past that, because you can never force me, bully me, or enslave me to make a vote that I don't agree with. So with that being said, I would encourage you all to support this. Again, I feel that we are trying to do the best that we can do for our constituents. You cannot please everybody all the time, but when you're dealing with homicide rates and you're dealing with a shortage of police officers who need the additional help and support, and of course the contract may not be how we would like it to be, but you are desperate and you need something done, and you need cohesion, and you need to take a holistic approach to crime and do whatever you can. You know, it may encroach upon your rights, but you need to do whatever you can to make sure that we are doing what's in the best interest of this city. And that's all I have. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Alderman John Muhammad.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's been a long meeting.
It's going to be long. We still got 2 bills to hear.
Well, in that regards, Mr. Chair, I will retain from giving further comment, but I share the same sentiments as my colleague from the 5th. I support this board bill because we must do anything that we can to curb crime in our city, and we have to be innovative, creative, and bold, and this does it. And my community definitely supports this because my community is impacted by crime, much more so than half the people that spoke in opposition to this board bill. Mr. Chairman, I commend the Alderman from the 16th, and I would ask that he add me as a co-sponsor to this board bill. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
You all.
So much where we at. Alderwoman Pam Boyd, are you with us?
Hey, thank you, Mr. Chair. I ditto what was said, but I guess my question is, the people that are against it, and I understand what Alderwoman Hubbard is saying, the people that are against it, I know you all have cameras in your wards, and so you have the luxury of cameras at every corner where you have non-for-profits that are monitoring the moves of people. But I was elected to do what my residents asked. They heard the case. They signed the letters of support. They sent the letters to Mayor Lyda Crucial and said they wanted that in their area. And so just like you, I was elected by my residents, and I'm not going against what they want are. That's what they asked for. That's what I'm going to give them. So you all have cameras. You have plenty of protection in your communities. But how do you tell a grandmother to explain to a 5-year-old why that her 5-year-old granddaughter has saw 5 murders in her community? How do you explain that? And so whatever tools we can get that can help us, I'm sorry. And I don't even apologize. I want it in my community because I'm tired of my 76-year-old people on the ground sleeping because they don't know if the bullets are going to come through their house. And when Alderwoman Howard told me she had a hole in a chair when she was cleaning, and she thought it was just a hole and found out it was a bullet, she can relate to what we're dealing with. So if you have an experience, don't start passing judgment and tell us what's best for us, because we have brought it to our community. We have had them listen to it, and they did say they wanted it. They signed the letters, and so I support this bill. Thank you.
Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Alderman Oldenburg. This has been a very passionate conversation today. And people might not know that the 26th ward and the demographic of the 26th ward is very diverse and very split. So in my calls about Board Bill 200, I've received a lot on both sides. Not only that, I've talked to people from Baltimore and from some other places as it relates to the company that was represented in this bill. Tom and I have had a very passionate, I think, back and forth about my concerns about this bill and about my concerns that while I do know that surveillance and cameras work because I've seen it work on one side of the board, I know that the disparity of not having them and how we need them in another side of the board, I just don't know that I truly believe that this is the complete answer. But I am open to keeping this conversation open. I am open to the friendly amendments and things that Alderman Oldenburg and I talked about, and just doing whatever we can. Yes, I spoke about having every tool in the toolbox, but after learning more, when you know more and you learn more, you know better, you do better. And I just feel like being wholeheartedly thinking like this is the answer, this is not the answer. And telling victims that this crime plan will solve crimes that happened in the past is not the answer. And scaring our people and scaring our communities into this is not the answer. I'm really encouraged by the program that the brother from Baltimore talked about with the Ring cameras. Actually, we kind of did a little bit of that in the 26th ward with the 5th District Police Department, and it worked out great. When you have control over the surveillance and when you know where it is and you can use it and go right to it, yes, that makes a difference than when it's just something that you're just pulling out, or when you can pull it out, not knowing when you can pull it out. And then if the tool stops there, what do we do with it? If the tool isn't used by the police department, if the tool isn't used by the public safety director, if the tool isn't used by the circuit attorney's office and the other people that are supposed to work in concert to fight crime in the city, then is it really going to be impactful? Is it really going to help? So the one thing I will say that was said, and I can't remember who said it, but I know the whole free, but nothing is free. But if you want to talk about free or who's paying for this or whatever, someone said, I can't remember, but I encourage those dollars, if they can be used somewhere else, then use them somewhere else, put them on the ground, put them in the programs and people that are already in place that have some programs, measurable outcomes, things that used to work that we don't do anymore, like the gang units that Ronnie Robinson used to do, and things like that that worked and that were dismantled for whatever reason before I got here. But I just know that throwing it out in the wind like this, and it's kind of like a irony of that because it's an airplane, to me, it doesn't sit well 100% on my heart. But if it passes through and I'm in this position, as long as I am, I'm going to work to make it work, just like I fought for cure violence when people were against cure violence, and just like anything else. And Representative Tom Oldenburg, Alderman Oldenburg knows that. So with that, that's just my little 2 cents on it, but I could not be settled here with just saying I am in full support of Board Bill 200. Thank you.
And I'm going to make a quick comment. I'll go back to Vice Chairman Boyd. I know that, and I'm not going to say what neighbors, but I mean, it is easy for neighborhoods that have their own private paid for police department and their own private cameras that are put everywhere to say, gee, we don't need this. But all the neighbors don't have the, we don't, I know that, that we can hire our own police department and gate our communities off and say, you can't come in here unless you live in here. So I could see where certain communities say, well, we don't need a plane flying over us, but they also have a lot more protection than most of us. And so I'm going to go to Vice Chairman Boyd, and then I'm going to explain what my thoughts are. I'm sorry, Vice Chairman Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate all the time that has been given to this spirited conversation about a very important and sensitive issue. I've been trying to take a lot of notes to have conversation to kind of wrap it up. And one of the first things I want to do is I want to kind of point out that as I look at the speakers who have spoken today, and I'm going to go in order without calling their names, but a member of the 16th Ward, member of the 8th Ward, the 8th Ward, the 16th Ward, out of town, the 5th Ward, the 15th Ward, the 15th Ward, the 8th Ward, the 20th Ward, the 10th Ward, also representing the organization, the 5th Ward, The 9th ward also a representing organization, University City, the 10th ward, the 14th ward, the 16th ward, the 16th ward, the 7th ward, the 14th ward, the 15th ward, the 7th ward, St. Louis County, the 23rd ward, the 20th ward. Okay, so I say that to say that it's interesting that voices seem to be missing from the 1st ward, the 2nd ward, the 3rd ward, the 4th ward. The 5th ward is a mixed ward, so I put a question mark there. The 18th ward, the 19th ward, a mixed ward, I put a question mark there. The 20th ward, predominantly African-American ward, but I put a question mark there. Absence, the 21st ward, the 22nd ward, the 25th ward, but I put a question mark there. It's a mixed ward. The 26th ward, although of course the Alderman from the 26th ward spoke, and the 27th ward. So we had nobody from predominantly African-American wards that spoke on behalf of their rights or their community. So I just wanted to kind of point that out. And then I wanted to kind of talk about, I just quickly wrote notes. There's a lot of people speaking. So will the program cost the city money? I think what we heard is it doesn't cost us anything based on the charter. It's like a grant, and so it doesn't cost us anything. And I think what I hear oftentimes where people are upset with city government is that we waste money, and that they would rather not our money be spent on X, Y, Z. And so this is an opportunity that we're getting free money to potentially put another tool in the toolbox. How many cameras do the city have in service now? And I wrote that down based on a comment. I haven't heard of police abusing the camera system in any nefarious way. I've had an opportunity to go to the Real Crime Center, and I think it's a phenomenal tool that the city has where they're able to, you know, make some good arrests on people who need to be in jail or off our streets. And I'm gonna pause there and do a roll call if some of my colleagues who made comments before the committee will be willing to accept some questionings from me. And I'm not gonna go in any particular order, but I would like to ask if the Alderwoman from the 8th Ward would yield for questions. Sorry about the noise.
Sure, yeah.
Alderwoman, can you tell me if your ward has any surveillance cameras at all? And if so, about how many?
Sure. So all of the cameras were in place before I got elected. There are, let's see, counting the ones on South Grand that are shared between myself and another ward, there's 2, potentially 3 that are city owned and operated. There are 3 that a local group raised the money for and put up themselves.
Okay, and let me ask you this. So the local groups, because I want this to go across the board, like business associations, local groups, they're private entities, right? And so they don't have to share their information with the police. The police are not tied into their system. Would that be correct, or are they?
Well, so this particular effort in my neighborhood was to fundraise to be able to pay for it because the previous alderman did not allocate money for city-owned cameras to go up. So the fundraising was done to put these cameras up there on city property, and the goal was to tie them into the real-time crime center. So it was a private group of funders that created that funding and purchased those cameras with the intent to tie them into the real-time crime center.
Thank you, Alderwoman. With the Alderwoman from the 15th Ward yield for a question.
Sure.
Thank you, Alderwoman. First of all, I heard that you went through your dissertation and you're now officially Dr. Megan Green. Is that right?
I have not gotten the diploma in the mail yet, but for all intents and purposes, I'm Dr. Green.
Okay, so do we call you Dr. Alderman Megan Green or Alderman Dr. Megan Green?
I am actually not sure the order of operations on that.
Okay. So I'll just call you Alderman Green then. So can you tell me if your ward has surveillance cameras, and if so, about how many?
We have 3 cameras on South Grand that came in before I was Alderwoman.
Okay, all right, thank you, Alderwoman. If the Alderwoman from the 6th Ward will yield.
Yes.
Alderwoman, same question.
I have one camera that I placed in Fox Park a few years ago, and the Housing Authority just paid for cameras in the Clinton Peabody Housing Complex.
Yeah. Now, the Peabody Housing Complex has been a real challenge for you during your time in office. Would you agree?
I hesitate to answer that question in terms of, are you asking in terms of crime?
Crime and in general, public safety. And when I say public safety, I'm talking about health and welfare as well.
Sure, yes.
Okay, and so do you think that the implementation of cameras by the housing authority is a good thing?
I think that cameras can be useful. The cameras in Clinton Peabody and the camera in Fox Park are federated into the Real-Time Crime Center and are owned by the city of St. Louis. I think that's a much different proposition than what we're talking about here in terms of working with a private company.
Right now, and I understand that, notwithstanding that, okay? And so Fox Park now, if I remember correctly, you have a camera that faces the park. Is that correct?
There are 2 poles in the park. Each of them have cameras on them.
Okay, all right. And do you feel they're useful? Have they helped you at all with public safety?
Unfortunately, there's not really any data to back up that. It's never been helpful in terms of solving a crime. I think anecdotally, it's part of a comprehensive solution that we undertook, including getting people to come back into the park to use it for its intended purposes. I think it may serve a deterrent purpose.
And I certainly applaud you of that, because our parks, as far as I'm concerned, should be a sacred ground where people can come as family and just enjoy themselves and feel safe. And I know I've spent $1 million in Beverly Park over the past 10 years that was drug infected. But what we know is if you clean it up, it tends to go away over time. So I want to applaud you for that, and thank you. If the Alderman from the 9th Ward would yield for the same question, please.
I will yield if you don't scold me for not having video.
I'm not going to scold you. We've been there, done that. So can you tell?
Unlike the other 12 other people on the committee that didn't have video that you said nothing about.
If they were speaking, I saw their face at least once. Okay. You can continue to answer the question, please.
Similar to my colleagues, there are cameras that were put in before I was in office.
About how many cameras do you have?
I believe there are a total of 9.
About 9, and certainly they were put there before you. But would you believe that probably over $400,000 of public funds were spent on cameras in your ward, and it probably had the largest proliferation of cameras in the whole city? Would you believe that?
I agree with that 100%. Again, it was before I was in office, and there was a large amount of money put into cameras.
And I've full disclosure, I've put over $500,000 into the 22nd Ward. So I'm gonna ask you this: do you feel they've been helpful?
I will honestly tell you mixed results. We have plenty of. For instance, I had a shooting at Jefferson in Utah. And it was not the city cameras that were able to find the suspect. It was the coalition of neighbors that had the Ring door cameras that we talked about earlier that were able to find the suspect. So very mixed results on city cameras.
So do you think those cameras have been impactful in any way whatsoever? It's been probably at least 8 years.
I would have to say that there may be some impact, but I do not get data as to what those cameras actually, crimes they solve.
Okay, thank you, Alderman. I really appreciate that. One of the other points was brought up is root causes of crime. Now, most of us who kind of really do the work, certainly understand that one of the basic root root cause of crime is poverty, homelessness, mental health issues. And I totally support that we need to put more money into that. I lean on the state to help us with that, and it should not be just, the city focused on that. But I think that we can probably do both. I think we can put money into mental health, homelessness, and other programs that can bring people out of the cycle of poverty, and also deal with criminals. I think we have a responsibility to our citizens to make our city safe. Those of us who have been duly elected. And I personally, living in one of the most challenging neighborhoods and probably ranked #1, if not #2 in homicides last year, had a nephew who was shot and killed in my ward. It's personal for me. And I would be willing to give up whatever privacy right I have, except coming into my house to see what's going on in my house, to make my community feel safe. I hear people always talking about, when it comes to policing and when it comes to all these different initiatives, it's always the Black and brown people that are targeted. I don't totally agree with that. I think when we have crime that's running rapid, we must deploy resources to the areas, the demographics in which most of the crime is occurring. And if most of the crime happens to be occurring in Black and brown neighborhoods, we shouldn't look the other way. Because though there are those of us who live here who do the right thing every day, who feel we're victimized by people who are not doing the right thing. So this notion of over-policing, this notion of if we do this, it's going to only impact Black and brown people, I don't think it's fair. I don't think it's fair to say. Someone said, desperate people do desperate things. I understand that. And I'm at a point as an alderman of the 22nd Ward, with crime being the way it was in 2021, we're desperate to solve crime. And sometimes we must do desperate things without harming other people. So I'm going to qualify that statement. We should not harm other people. It's not fair to suggest that there was a statement made about the police. So there are some bad police, and we shouldn't trust the police because there's some bad police. I don't think that's fair, because overwhelmingly, the police department are good men and women. Do we have some men and women that are bad and who should really leave and go somewhere else? Absolutely, and I support that. But what I don't support is painting all police with a broad brush as if they're all bad and we cannot trust any of them. I participated in Big Brothers and Big Sisters because I know that if you insert yourself in the lives of these young people, that you can change their lives forever and they can become productive citizens of society. So I'm proud to say the little brother that I supported, Marcus, is a police officer with St. Louis Police Department, because I was willing to do the work and be a mentor and insert myself in his life when his father, and when he was the age of 13, was shot and killed, leaving work, leaving his siblings to his grandmother to raise. So I'm doing the work. So don't dare tell me and don't dare suggest that all police officers are bad, because some of them are bad. It's unfair to treat elected officials in the exact same way. I think that I enjoy public discourse, but public discourse must be done with humility and civility. We can all disagree without being nasty with each other, because there may come a time when you will need a Jeffrey Boyd, when you will need a Shameen Clark Hubbard, when you will need a Thomas Oldenburg, when you will need a Joseph Vaccaro, when you will need a Megan Green, Christina Ingrassa, John Carlos Muhammad, you will need the 28 aldermen at the Board of Aldermen or the president of the Board of Aldermen. So we don't have to throw the baby out with the bathwater, making assertions that all elected officials or all police officers are bad. That's not fair. I appreciate it. And I heard Mr. Kalen Young, legal assistant to the president of Baltimore. Is he still with us, Mr. Chairman?
I'm not sure. Madam Clerk, or
Yeah, Mr. Chairman.
How's he still with us?
Okay.
Yes, he's on.
He's on. Okay. They got him in here now.
Mr. Kalen, I want to thank you so much for giving testimony today from Baltimore, because certainly there's a lot of information put out there, good and bad, about what's happening in Baltimore. And did I get it correctly that you're the legislative assistant to the president? Is that correct? I can't hear you. You're muted.
Sorry about that. Thank you so much. I served as the Director of Legislative Affairs for the President of the City Council, Brandon Scott, who is now the mayor of the city.
Okay, he's now the mayor. Okay. And you were once Director of Public Policy for the ACLU, is that correct?
No, I recently changed jobs after the transition. I didn't move on to the mayor's office. I moved to the Director of Public Policy for the ACLU of Maryland.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure I was clear that you did once work as a Director of Public Policy with ACLU, right?
Yeah,
And
but
so,
I just want to be clear that I'm not here in my ACLU.
I understand that. I got that.
Listen.
Well, let me make sure, because maybe currently, currently, what is your position?
The ACLU position is my current position.
Okay, I'm sorry. So I was curious. So thank you very much. So, so the ACLU is diametrically opposed to this across the country, is my understanding. Is that correct?
I won't speak for the other ACLUs, but characteristically, yes, and the ACLU of Maryland does stand opposed.
Okay, and the Ring camera subsidy, I thought was phenomenal. And I've certainly been looking at ways of how we can find a grant and do something here in the city of St. Louis and do that, or maybe across the whole city. So if you wouldn't mind, I would like to reach out to you and find out how you guys did that, and see how we can do something in the city of St. Louis. I just want to applaud you for that. And again, thank you for giving testimony today.
My pleasure. Thank you, sir.
Okay. So a comment came about as far as citizen participation, and maybe this seems to be moving quite fast. And I think they said there were no meetings across the city, about this. And I think Alderwoman Green, correct me if I'm wrong, had kind of made that comment. And I don't remember a lot of meetings being held about close the workhouse across the whole city when that whole movement started. And it pushed the Board of Aldermen in a corner, although I made sure I was clear about my position on that and a hard stop on December the 31st, although I did vote for it. So every situation is different. I just want to say that to say every situation is different. In certain situations, you have a plethora of community engagement, and in some situations you don't. And this is not my board bill, so I can't really speak on all of that, but I will say that we didn't have a lot of community engagement in my neighborhood about close the workhouse. And we'll hear more about that later. I want to ask if the alderman from the 6th that sponsored the bill would yield.
Sounds good. That sounds good to me.
The alderman from the 16th.
Yes.
Absolutely. Okay. So Alderman, let me ask you this. Is the contract written in stone? Is there no wiggle room to modify anything within the contract to make everybody feel comfortable?
No, I mean, Alderman, it's definitely not written in stone. It was a starting draft that I would say, and by no means is in final form. And I will welcome amendments and subject matter expertise. I will welcome input from the CJCC. I will welcome input from everybody, my colleagues. I will say though, I would want a spirit of compromise. I wouldn't want amendments to come flowing in without a support of it, because an amendment makes a bill better and would then encourage you to support it. So I don't think I would entertain disingenuous amendments.
Thank you. And as a person who was a sponsor of the CJCC board bill, I know they're really interested and they're sincere about lending a hand and making things better. And so I certainly would, suggest an opportunity.
If you could broker that, I would sit down with them and would love to address their concerns.
Certainly willing to help you with that.
Thank you.
Did he leave yet, the Alderman from the 24th Ward? Is he still here?
Is Brett Narayan, are you still here? Alderman Narayan?
I'm good. I don't recall a lot of cameras being in the 24th Ward. It's probably one of the most safest wards. I'm being facetious and being cute. But I don't know of many cameras in the 24th Ward. Time is of the essence because we still have business to do. I mean, I understand that there's a mayor's race that's coming up, but we can't put legislation on pause because we're waiting to see if we get the right mayor that we want to, push the agenda that we want. Time is of the essence. When you have over 263 people murdered in the city of St. Louis, that's a problem. That's a real problem. And that's a problem that we need to triage right now. And, having a mayor election, should take a backseat to us doing our job that we're elected to do. I want to address something that my colleague from the 6th Ward said, because I don't want her to feel slighted and admonished unfairly for any participation in a committee hearing. But I think in all fairness, and I know I brought up early because it seemed like time was moving swiftly when we started this with our colleagues speaking at the hearing. Oftentimes, the chairman of the committee may ask people to just, give us a laundry list of stuff you want us to address and, to different departments, and they'll submit all that to the committee. And then the committee, can get that out, the chairman, and then it can be sent out to the committee members and the full board of aldermen. And so out of all fairness, in order to move our committees, as fast as possible, and we're moving on 4 hours now. I think it's fair that if we have colleagues that have a lot of questions, out of respect to other colleagues, that it's only right that we may submit a laundry list to people so that we can have those questions answered before it goes to the full board. So I just want to say that because I don't want any of our colleagues to feel that they're slighted, especially by me, and I want people to have time to ask questions because I agree 100%. Come to the committee hearings, ask questions, but let's not, make it a whole day in a committee. I want to also ask my colleague from the 28th Ward if she would yield.
Yes.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Can you tell us about how many cameras you have in the 28th Ward?
So I don't have any cameras in the 28th Ward that I'm aware of. The special taxing districts that I referenced earlier purchase cameras, and those are commissioners. They're appointed by the mayor. They're volunteer neighbors that we approve at the board to sit on those committees. I do not know the number of cameras. There are 6 or 7 different taxing districts. Some of them have their own cameras. Some of them are part of the Neighborhood Security Initiative, which manages the cameras for several of those SBDs.
So if
And I think, oh, and I'm sorry to interrupt. I was just going to say, to me, it's not a question of do you think cameras are useful or not. There's a difference between a neighborhood camera surveillance program that is overseen by neighbors and then an aerial surveillance, which what we're talking about. So I see a big distinction between those.
Okay, but can you just tell me about how many you think with the business district collaboratively, aggregately, you think you might have in the 28th ward?
Oh, I mean, I'm sure there's well over 100 cameras between, I mean, WashU's got cameras, the businesses, I mean, I don't know the total number, you know, that are there, but yes, there are a plethora of cameras.
Right.
And yeah, that's the answer to your question.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Dr. Ross. Dr. Ross?
Yes, sir.
Can you remind us where you're from and who you represent again?
I represent the Community Support Program, which is the program we provide to support cities.
Okay, and I want to welcome you to the Boogeyman Club because we have a boogeyman in the city of St. Louis called Paul McKee. And a lot of people like to persecute Paul McKee, you know, whether they have merit or non-merit, you know, a lot of times it's based on what they hear. And you're now the new boogeyman of the city of St. Louis, so congratulations. I don't think any organization that makes an outcry about I don't hear any organization that's making an outcry about they need extra funding for social services so that we can directly focus on their needs. I think it's sexy to say we need to put more money in health, mental health. We need to put more money into these social service programs, but I don't hear the outcry of organizations that says, I need more money. And certainly there are public safety dollars, Proposition S, and people apply for them, but I'm saying I don't hear the outcry from organizations saying, I need more money because I can show you that crime will go down based on our data and how we've been able to help people. Baltimore versus St. Louis. Atlanta versus St. Louis. Houston versus St. Louis. LA versus St. Louis. Chicago versus St. Louis. My point is there's no city like St. Louis. St. Louis seems to be some country within the United States of America that does so much different than other people. We're most racially polarized city. We are oftentimes given the award of the most dangerous city in America. And I'm going to end this with giving you some statistics that I have from November of 2019 when it comes to homicides in the city of St. Louis. And while we need to put as many tools in the toolbox as possible to make our constituents in the community that I represent, and I'm sure a lot of my colleagues share the sentiment. So let's start with ward number 1, homicides, 2019, 11, 2020, 7. The 4th ward, 2019, homicides, 14, 2020, 25. 3rd ward, 2019, 12 homicides, 2020, 16. The 4th ward, 2019, 20 homicides, 2020, 17. The 5th ward, 10 homicides, 2019, 18, 2020. Again, these are as of November. 6th ward, 2019, 2 homicides, 2020, 6. The 7th ward, 2019, 2 homicides, 2020, 6. The 8th ward, 2019, 0, 2021. The 9th ward, 2019, 3, 2020, 13. The 10th ward, 2019, 2, 2021. The 11th Ward, 2019, 5. 2020, 8. The 12th Ward, 2019, 0. 2020, 1. The 13th Ward, 2019, 3. 2020, 2. The 14th Ward, 2019, 1. 2020, 5. The 15th Ward, 2019, 1. 2020, 2. The 16th Ward, 2019, 0. 0. 2020, 0. The 17th Ward, 2019, 1. 2020, 1. The 18th Ward, 2019, 11. 2020, 11. The 19th Ward, 2019, 8. 2025. The 20th Ward, 2019, 9. 2020, 11. 21st Ward, 2019, 5. 2020, 10. The 22nd Ward, 2019, 23, yours truly. 2020, 25. 25. The 23rd Ward, 2019, 0. 0, ladies and gentlemen, in the 23rd Ward. You know how many in 2020? 0. The 24th Ward, 2019, 1. 2022. The 25th Ward, 2019, 9. 2026. The 26th Ward, 2019, 16. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. How about 14 in 2020 in the 26th Ward? 14. The 27th Ward, 2019, 20. Hello, 2020, 30. The 27th Ward had 30 murders. 30. The 28th Ward, 2019, 0. 0 in the 28th Ward. You know how many in the 28th Ward in 2020? 0. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a problem with crime in the city of St. Louis. And we have a lot of victims. And I'm tired of hearing all these excuses for why we should not try new initiatives to try to make our neighborhood safe. If you was on this roll call and you had 0, support us. If you was in this roll call and you had less than 3, support us. It's so easy when it does not impact you. It's so easy when it doesn't go on in your neighborhood. And those who don't like this, and you heard the roll call, and your numbers are up, you need to be coming up with some new strategies if you don't think this is an option. Because this does not cost the city any money. It's just a new opportunity. You want to be scared of the fact that they're going to give away some information about? I don't care. Give it away. I am not afraid. If I had to go through a checkpoint every day to come through the Hamilton Heights neighborhood, I welcome it if it's going to make me and my family safe. I am so tired of the self-righteous, the people who don't live my experience. I haven't heard an outcry from anybody that I represent that this is a bad deal. I'm not getting on the trendy train. I don't want people to vote for me because I'm going along with what's trendy. I don't care. I want to do what's right. I want to save lives. How many of you have lost a loved one and the police have not been able to solve that crime? How many? It's rhetorical. I don't expect anybody to shout and raise your hand. It's rhetorical. But how many of you? But you want to come out here and you want to create all this self-righteous stuff. I'm tired of white guilt too. I'm tired of white people feeling guilty and they have to help save black people and they don't have any idea how to do it. But it makes you feel good. Well, you don't get a hallelujah from me because we got a problem in my neighborhood. And we got a problem in every neighborhood that I called out, death rates that have doubled, that have increased by 50%. I'm going to ask you to listen to those who are living the experience and give us an opportunity to see if it works. If it doesn't work, let's get rid of it. It's written that way. Let's stop telling the kids there's a monster under the bed. There's no monster under the bed. There's no boogeyman. We need help. I'm tired of the city of St. Louis being named the #1 dangerous city in America. That is nothing to be proud of, ladies and gentlemen. The #1 dangerous city in America. And we want to come up with every excuse we can to not take help from people. That doesn't make sense to me. Mr. Chairman, thank you for my time.
Thank you. So right now, what we'll do is, of course, we're going to let Olderman close. We have 3 options. One is to vote this out with a do pass recommendation. One would be to vote it out with no recommendation, and the other would be to vote it out with a do not, or simply kill it by not voting for it. I can tell you I'm going to support this vote and I'm supporting it going out, but I do want to explain the 3 motions that are available. So, up to and including vote how you feel up or down. Alderman Oldenburg, you're recognized to close on Board Bill 200.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Alderman Boyd, from the 22nd, thank you. Thank you very much for your conversation today and your input. There's nothing further I'd like to say other than I would like this passed out of committee today with a do pass recommendation. I thank everybody for the conversation and hopefully a committee member will put forth a motion.
So I'll recognize any committee member that wants to make a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion that we pass Board Bill 200 out with a do pass recommendation.
Second.
We have a first and a second. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll? And the second was by Alderman Boyd and Alderwoman Howard. So Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Howard.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
No.
Chairman Vaccaro.
Aye.
6 aye votes and 1 no vote.
By your vote, we've passed out Board Bill 200 with a do pass recommendation. Now I would like to recognize Alderman Boyd on Board Bill 201. We still have 2 board bills left. This is also a grant. I would hope there's no big bunch of discussion on it. It's my hope. But Alderman Boyd, you're recognized on Board Bill 201. You're muted.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Board Bill 401 allows the city to receive $838,128 in order to reimburse the city for overtime. Operation Legend, which people have heard about, model in St. Louis required the St. Louis police officers to team with federal agents to investigate and arrest offenders known to possess illegal weapons or who were wanted for violent crimes. Prior to Operation Legend in June and July of 2020, the St. Louis City tallied 85 homicides, just those 2 months alone. During Operation Legend, from August to November, the homicide rate dropped more than 50%. Operation Legend's final statistics as of December the 31st was 920 arrests, 338 weapons seized, 439 defendants charged federally. So again, this board bill is basically a grant that allows the city of St. Louis to pay overtime to the police officers that perform those duties during that specific period of time. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll open myself up for questions.
Alderwoman Howard, any questions?
Just one. Now, this is for services already rendered, Alderman Boyd?
That's correct.
Okay. Yes, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Alderwoman Tamika Hubbard.
No questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Alderman John Mohammed.
I have no questions, Mr. Chairman.
Alderwoman Tamika Clark Hubbard. I'm sorry. Oh, where am I at? I'm losing my mind. Did I skip over Tamika? I'm sorry. Alderwoman Hubbard, did I skip over you?
No, I had no question, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I must have fallen asleep for a minute here.
You skipped over Pam. You skipped over Pam.
No, I skipped over Pam. No, she had no question, did she?
You didn't ask. You never asked. It's okay. You're tired.
I'm telling you what. I'm so.
I have no question.
I was so excited.
Chairman's hungry.
I know.
Speech. Jeffrey did so. Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard, any questions?
No questions. Thank you.
At that, I will ask the sponsor to close on this board bill. Unless someone has some objection to that, I would.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we pass Board Bill 201 out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Second.
So we have a first and a second by.
Can we do previous row?
No, well, I don't know because Shameen might have a different vote on this one. Are you?
Okay.
Are you a no or yes on this one? Alderwoman Shameen Hubbard?
I'm a yes on I on this one.
So yeah.
Okay, so no previous row.
So, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
I'm sorry, Alderwoman Howard. I'm sorry.
Aye. That's okay.
I'm tired as well.
Aye. I know everybody is.
Alderwoman Hubbard.
Aye.
Alderman Muhammad.
Aye.
Alderwoman Boyd.
Aye.
Alderwoman Clark Hubbard.
Aye.
Chairman Vaquero.
Aye.
7 aye votes.
So we've passed Board Bill 201 out with a due pass recommendation. Alderman Boyd, you're recognized on Board Bill 202, which seems about the same. It's also a grant. Give us a quick brief.
Mr. Chairman, Board Bill 202 authorizes and directs the Chief of Police on behalf of the Mayor and the City of St. Louis to enter a contract grant agreement with the Missouri Department of Public Safety, Office of Homeland Security to fund the 2019 Project Safe Street Neighborhood. And basically, it's funding its purpose is to fund a target enforcement area which has been identified through the use of gunshot detection systems and other gun crime intelligence mechanisms. A portion of the funds, $50,220, will be used to support gang task force efforts to combat illegal activity associated with criminal groups and gangs or transitional organizations. The largest portion of the funds, $73,180, will be for the enhanced enforcement within the target enforcement area, specifically related to the use of gun detection systems and the visualization of shots fired in order to improve the chances of identifying, arresting, and charging the shooters. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I'll take any questions.
I'm gonna try and go right there. I'm gonna read it in front of me. Alderwoman Howard, any questions?
No, again, is this for services already rendered?
This is for the time period of July the 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2022.
Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that's all I have. Thank you.
Alderwoman Tamika Hubbard. Any questions?
No questions, Mr. Chairman.
Alderman John Muhammad, any questions?
I have no questions, Mr. Chair. I would like to be added as a co-sponsor.
And Alderwoman Pam Boyd.
No questions.
Alderwoman Shameen Clark Hubbard.
No questions, thank you.
And I have no questions. Vice Chair Boyd, you're recognized to close.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, I move that Board Bill 202 pass out of committee with a due pass recommendation.
Do we have a
So
second?
moved.
Any previous roll?
Previous roll?
Any objection to
roll.
previous roll?
Previous round.
Hearing no objection to previous roll, Board Bill 202 passes out. And I just want to say thank you to this committee for being here for the 4.5 hours. I think we were more than generous with our time. I think, you know, Madam Clerk, thank you. I kept getting new lists every hour of speakers, which made it even tough for me to follow. So since I'm hungry.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, yes.
If you don't mind, I'd like to ask the clerk to add me as a co-sponsor to Board Bill 200, please.
I was going to ask the same. Thank you. Add me as a co-sponsor, Alderwoman Howard.
And put me on 202 and 201. And
put me on 202 and 201.
Can you add me as well, Mr. Chairman? 202 and 201. Thank you.
Yeah, add me on all three, please.
Okay.
I had already told Oldenburg I'd co-sponsor 200, but I guess he's waiting to get it through. So, okay.
Okay, well then.
I'm sorry, can I make sure I have these correct? On 200, Alderman Muhammad, Alderwoman Boyd, and Alderman Boyd was to be added. On 201.
And Alderwoman Howard.
Howard, okay. And then on 201, Alderwoman, and 202, Alderwoman Boyd, Alderwoman Hubbard, Alderman Vaccaro, and Alderwoman Howard.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Correct.
With that, I will entertain a motion unless someone has something for the good of the committee. My dogs are talking to me in the other room.
The dog said dismiss.
Yeah, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
Motion adjourned.
We are now adjourned. Thank
Second.
you, guys. Thank you for.
Goodbye.
Bye. See you later.